To 11:12, as I said that. 11:11, 11:12 Eastern Time on the 28th. Oh, that's some goddess energy going on. Good morning, Alex. How's it going? Happy Freya's Day. Free your mind. The rest will follow. Ow, I just banged my knee. Changement positif. Parvati. Me not know about Parvati. Not in a suspicious kind of mind's way. Me not know about her. But just, I don't know about her. But changement positif. Positive change is good, right, Alex? Of course, you'd be the only French one in the room with me. Boom. Changement positif. If I can find the book, I'll read it. I ain't been French in a while, so let's do some changement positif. How's it going? Your phone's slowing down? What does that mean? It's not walking at your side? Boom, I opened it to White Buffalo Calf Woman. Bringing in the buffalo energy as I go. Oui, le changement est toujours bon. Le changement est toujours bon. Even Shrek says so. Change is good, donkey. Changement positif. Vos goûts ont évolué. La situation dans laquelle vous vous trouvez ne vous convient plus. Ce sont des changements positifs qui témoignent de votre évolution spirituelle. Ce qui peut vous sembler négatif peut se révéler bénéfique, car cela vous incite à apporter les changements nécessaires. Vous vous sentez peut-être déstabilisé, car de nombreux aspects de votre vie sont en crise simultaneously. I don't know how to say that word in French. Simultaneously. Mais n'oubliez pas que l'univers est toujours là pour vous soutenir. quel que soit votre désir. Lâchez prise et laissez-vous porter par le vent changement qui souffle sur votre vie. Let yourself be blown by the wind.
I just farted.
You did? Boom! Oh my god, of course you did. I love you. Oh, I can't even.
I can't find the cat.
This is my life, Bo. Instead of looking for him, just call him.
Bo!
Okay, without that little tone, because I wouldn't come if you were calling me with that.
He doesn't listen to his name.
He does with me if he would just wait.
Bo!
Oh, lâchez prise et laissez-vous porter par le vent, le changement qui souffle sur votre vie. I just farted. That was the best. I should clip that and just like, this is my life. Of course, I would make that sound, eh? Oh my God. Cessez de tout remettre à plus tard ou de viser la perfection. Divisez votre objectif principal en plusieurs petites cibles à atteindre et procédez par étapes. Pavarotti étant la déesse des montagnes, cela pourrait être une invitation à vous retirer ou aller vivre dans la montagne. I didn't know that. She's the goddess of mountains. She says go live in the mountains. Well, that's not actually what she said, but that's what I heard. Pavarotti étant la déesse des montagnes, cela pourrait être une invitation à se retirer ou aller vivre à la montagne. Yeah, retire, go live in the mountains. It doesn't say, like, go visit. I like her. I like her a lot. I know I got palm trees on my knees, but... Refusez avec fermeté tout ce qui vous détourne de votre chemin et tout ce que vous êtes tracé. Get out of your timelines that don't belong to you anymore. Roar. Pavarotti, parfois appelée Parvati, est la déesse hindoue des montagnes, du mariage et du foyer. Selon la légende, Shiva, dieu hindou, aw, sweet. No wonder. I'm more Cali. Going back to Cali. I don't think so. Oh man, I was wearing my Cali, my California pink yesterday, and yeah, there was a trinity of energies at a certain point. As above, so below. Yeah, that's a good card for sure, eh, Alex? I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm not gonna translate except for what I did. Ooh, do you want another French card, Alex? Since you're like, you know. And you know, if anybody else ever watches it, if anything resonates, grab it, right? Can you hear the weed whacker? Yeah, get her done. Hell yeah. I got good sound effects. Real life going on all around. You not know what gonna hear around here. Rawr. You not know what you're gonna hear around here. Don't come around here no more. Relation. Relation. Votre relation... Oh, non. Votre principale relation est avec vous-même et avec Dieu. Tous les autres s'en découlent. Pour attirer, guérir et équilibrer une relation, rapprochez-vous de votre Créateur qui vous aime. Lorsque vous vous sentez en sécurité, once you feel safe, that's important. Tous les autres relations s'en épanouissent. Exactly. Once you feel safe, everything else just flows. First relationship is with yourself. Ooh, the white horse. The white horse. The wings. White castle. Oh my gosh. Francis. I got a Francis sink right beside me. At least you're practicing French. You know what? I need to like swirl the tongue around that way a little bit in the language way. That's remember. Yeah, I know. Last time I picked up a French card, I couldn't even read it because I hadn't like looked at the words and said them out loud in so long that it's good to flow a little bit, eh? Woo! They just be popping. Aw, she's my, well, not my favorite. Artemis is my favorite, but Demeter, the nurturer. Get a load that. What? This was the nurturing as well. Home, foyer. Zeus and Poseidon. That's what you was thinking? Oh, right on. Yeah, I'm very in the Demeter energy. To be honest, the only reason I took my tractor off is because I took a break from the tractor sweater. Oh. I ain't never worn it out in public yet, though, eh? Oh, fuck, it's already way too hard going out there. I'm telling you, it's already a whole new world trying to go out anywhere right now, so we're trying. I don't have to try, but anyways. Okay, I gotta read Demeter. I can't remember what number that was. Is that 11? Oh, yeah. Dog barks. Yeah, that was 11. That was 11. Demeter, nurturer. How's Samuel? Good. Me not knows. Well, I know in my heart. It's very hard to say right now, Alex. Just, yeah. Demeter, nurturer. Giving to others is a wonderful feeling. They do have to want to accept that as well, though, right? You can't just give. Somebody has to want to receive and exchange. When you have a healthy sense of yourself, boom, this was the last card. Your first relationship is with yourself. Feel safe, love yourself, the rest will follow. When you have a healthy sense of yourself, you want to share your love, your inspiration, and your experience, and the exchange feels clean. That's important. Your boundaries are fluid, yet strong. The Greek goddess of the grain, motherhood, and the harvest, Demeter, reminds you that harvest is meant to be shared. You've now tapped into her nurturing love, which is abundant, and your well-meaning gestures will be received, boom, just said that, with gratitude, and in some way returned to you tenfold. Now's the time to nourish yourself too. I think I'm hungry. Forgiving must be balanced with receiving. Allow yourself to feel how the universe is like a wonderful nurturing mother. Oh, that mother energy, eh? That is always there when you need her. That's important. Unconditional. Always there when you need her. Near or far. It's multi-layered. Demeter says to trust you are loved and cared for all time, especially now. Boom. Especially now. That's important. Oh, did you just put a cheeseburger? Alex, you rock. Dude. You rock. I can't. I'm not. I made meat last night and I didn't like it at all. It was yucky to me. I kept it separate so I'm glad I did. It was yucky to me last night, but I don't know. Food and everything was tippy yesterday. Still very tippy for many right now as well. No joke. Anchor in, buttercups. Anchor in tight. And then anchors away. Go gobble. Turkeys can fly. Cincinnati sink. Cincinnati sink. Hey, Shannon, do. Right on. Sorry, I had to run off yesterday, and the boss needed me in hugs. I'll chat more later, but I have to go now. Have a great day. Bye, Shannon, do. Alex, I rarely eat meat. I don't really like it. I rarely eat meat, and I love it when I like it, but it's very rare. I just don't need it, or I do, but I do like it, and I do love it when I do have it. Does that make sense? So I can think I want it, but if it doesn't taste good, or if I don't want it in the moment, then I don't. But yeah. I've always really followed what the food I need is, not versus any timeline of it. So it's so there are times when I thought I would never eat stuff again, and then I do, and I want it, and I need it, and I crave it. And I've talked about this before, but I'm going to upcycle it into this live stream. It's more multi-layered than just what we put into our body. It's where we go to get certain things. So that shocked feeling when my body and me wanted to go to McDonald's. We wanted the feeling of it. We wanted like the Big Mac taste of McDonald's. And, I questioned it. I judged it. And the thing is the energy, who we are, the beacon, the light, where we put our energy signature is more important actually than what we think we're doing during the day, 3/4 of the time. For real. And the energy stamp to be put in certain places. So therefore, if all people that are anchoring certain timelines of certain things for Mama, Gaia, well, Gaia has structures that are located in certain places. Sometimes it's not even about, being at a McDonald's. It's about the fact that the McDonald's is on a, sacred ground or temple place, portal place, excuse me. So therefore, bringing the energy there is important, because if you don't, then certain timelines become different things because they haven't been anchored in the way they're meant to be anchored in. And the knowing of certain layers of, what our body avatar, who we are, what we do as a purpose, and where we're stationed, where we're guided to be, where our soul, when we follow through our heart space, how we live, not just, planning, but through when we just plan, knowing that we're where we're meant to be for the frequency. It's so big. Like if I had not been and laid the lines of what I was meant to circle and cycle of energy patterns, I see now like the veils of it, the layers of it, like when I ask full circle, even right now, it's like, why am I here? And then like validation is so intensely securing that even if I don't want to be here, I'm glowing of being here because it's like, doesn't matter if it doesn't make any sense on one level. It whole body as above, so below is like knows. You know, this is the spot for now, and that's that. So it's whoa. Hey Eddie. My nose is itchy. How's it going? Good morning, Genevieve. You mitched. Ooh, Mitch. Mitch Sink. Anybody nickname or have Mitch Sinks? Have one with Michelle Lee, Can Free. You missed the French part. Rewind to the beginning later, Eddie. We was practicing my French with Alex. Hi, Mew Mew Q. Q, Q, Coo. Cuckoo. Ah, a cuckoo from Mew Mew Coo. How you doing, eh? Speaking of how you doing, eh? And like, Timmy's cup lid. Scream Engine. Scream Engine. East Coast vibe. East Coast vibe. 61. Turkey Spirit. Give with gratitude and grace. Double G's. Double G's. Double G's. That gives me shivers when I say that. I'm just going to say it another time. Double G's. I can't help it. I can't help myself. Turkey Spirit. Give with gratitude and grace. Double G's. I'm feeling great too, Mew Mew Coo. Yeah. Turkey Spirit's message for you is that you always have the potential for manifesting a rich reality. For the turkey represents generosity and a celebration of abundance through giving to others. Give freely without expectation, and you will receive. For the manifestation of abundance is happening right now. Everything is accelerated. We manifest stuff so fast. Double G's, please. Fortune with others. Whether you give money, loving guidance, the gift of listening, witness, listening, or kindness in any form, immerse yourself in the flow of the generous abundance, being a channel for Turkey Spirit. Turkey, the key within, right? The desire of Spirit to see all beings experience the blessings of plenty. Give with gratitude and grace from a wellspring of love and compassion, knowing that the Spirit will always respond by giving you what you need in this moment and all moments to come. Oh, I swear my nose is so itchy. So I picked this up the other day, you know, because you just randomly pick up little green things, and I put it on as a bracelet, and it stuck to me like glue. It likes me. I don't even like wearing bracelets. But then Trixie Amber sent me like Magic Bus and this, and then I put that. So I'm not sure what like green wish I made. I wished and forgot, but it's staying. Thought that was funny. I can't for shizzle find something that I like I want to find, but I just wrap something random around my wrist and it's gonna stay there forever and a day. Oh, that's funny to me. It's cold as balls out there right now. I've got so many layers. Oh, Mary's at the bottom. Mary, Mary, why you bugging? Yeah, and it was wonderful for a while. This morning, I was actually warm and hot, and then I wasn't. It's cold shivers again. So I feel like doing like a complete like expose of the shit they don't tell you about like what really goes on when your whole body's like ah, doing that thing that's supposed to be so beautiful and magical, like, and it's not. It's like whoa. Oh my gosh. My last song on the deck last night when I tried to chirp out any kind of like was like I'm still alive but I'm barely breathing. No joke. Um, and that's the thing is that as I just they're yeah, no joke. There's a part of me that put the pin for the check-in, a certain um, frequencies. Sophia, Mary at the bottom. I left her in there. Sophia. Can't even imagine how that sounds to someone else right now. Grab better don't. You can either handle that shit or you can't. I have no clue. Right? Sophia, born 7. Born 7 is 11. Divine wisdom. Human wisdom comes from personal experience, but divine wisdom is unknown to our life experience. When we ask for help, we are asking for a guidance from a source that is greater than us, a great unknowable mystery. When we receive it, it is often life-altering and affects us in ways beyond our comprehension. The Gnostic goddess Sophia, who brought the material world into being, arrives to show you how fate and destiny operate in relationship to synchronicity. When you least expect it, opportunities and meetings spring up as if out of nowhere, and your life begins to work out. You earn your sense of alignment with a higher purpose and power. Trust that you are divinely protected and directed. Practice the act of faith before results. This is the essential key. Turkey. In co-creating your world. I couldn't help myself. Can't help myself. I love the way the colors flow together, eh? Oh, man. Her dress is like his, like, throat. Ooh, my butt is like your throat. Colors, they just like, wow. I know, I could set up differently and it would be all like, oh, you could see the cards and everything so feng shui, but that's not how I roll. Hi, Melissa. I didn't respond because I was, like, not able to, like, be very doing that part yesterday. Thank you. Thank you for everything. I appreciate you. Yeah. I need to stay in a certain flow. I'm trying not to veer off track. Whether the comments come through or not, I'm in an aligned mode where I'm just grasping the check-ins. I need the check-ins from my peeps. So, you know what I mean? I'm going to pull another French card in a minute too, just to keep the flow of how I want to keep, the stream going. Thank you. I love you. I'm really good at squirreling off with, like, humor and, like, this and that emotion. Yeah. It's the fun part, though. I enjoy the squirreliness of veering from all that, but it's not, this is not a good day for me to be squirreling around. I need to be, okay. Speaking of French cards, let's grab one. Here, Melissa, be for you, okay? Let's see what French card comes up for you. This is, and I say French card as if it's like specially French. It's actually not so specially French. It's like a translated, right? It's translated. So, Doreen Virtue. Translated French cards. Right? Oh, translated to French, that's slightly a little bit, not the exact way that I speak. I'm French Canadian, specifically from an area that's like very patois and slang, meaning, well, we swear a lot where I come from. So, the cards don't speak the way that I do. They're more French based than Quebec, but then all regions of Quebec speak with a different kind of twist and intonations. Ooh, boom, that's the second change card. It's staying with the flow. The first card was Changement Positif, Pavarotti. And the second one is Changement Cap. Boom. It's even synced with you, Alex. There's a stork. You've got storks in Romania. That's so cool. Changement Positif. There's like a new map. You are the map maker, making the new map as you go. Baby just doesn't necessarily mean like your babies, but baby energy. You know, we are coming through the like era of like a lot of people had to stay at home and a lot of people did stuff, you know, in happy ways. Whoa. So be ready for the baby waves. That's not just for you, but in general. And what does that mean? There was a lot of transitioning. There's been a lot of loss. And so therefore being aware of the baby waves in all around, not just specifically what we're used to. So meaning it ain't about necessarily somebody that you actually know in your all of your life. It's someone that resonates with your frequency so much that, you know, how do we build a new world? Well, lineages and DNA and ancestral lines go towards frequencies that match, right? So the beauty and full circle of so much trauma, as above, so below, like everywhere, does have rebirth, right? Birthing newness, yes. And that's the thing, is you can be in the same job that you had and realize, like, I choose this. I fucking love this job. This job's epic. I wouldn't change this job for anything. Like, I'm important to what the new world and what everything as above, so below is. I'm not questioning the reality that I have. So that rebirth feeling of, like, when you really realize, like, this is the coolest job I could ever have. I don't long for more. Right? Choosing the rebirth of what something old feels like. So a lot of rebirthing of couples realizing you are the one that I want. For real. So people who have separated in the last whatever amount of times, full circling back to the rebirthing of, I did a lot of inner work, dude. Me too, baby. Oh my gosh, I really love you. Like, I know now after like all the fucking shit that we've been through and all that stuff, like that rebirth is like, it don't matter who's all around. You're the one that glows when I drop off the kids. And you're the one I really can't wait to see, like for 5 minutes when I can. Like, frequency don't lie. So grab the rebirthing feelings on all levels. Even I realized to what point, like when I speak of like pushing people to what's their best heart space. I don't always focus on like choosing what you actually have and knowing, right? So some people long to be farther away, have moved, and they're like, no, that's not good. I like where I was better. Because they needed to be on different ley lines when you look at it from a higher perspective, instead of thinking, I fucked up. I moved somewhere for 2 months, 2 years, or 2 days, and I hate it here. It's stinky, it's gross, it doesn't, it's perfect. It's perfect because you manifested it and you wanted it. But it's like, this isn't it. Like, back away from the fucking, like, perfect house and perfect this. That wasn't it. It was like, so... And that's coming through really strong today. Really strong. I think Lori Ladd helped imprint that part of, we choose where we are. And sometimes we think we want to be somewhere different, but we don't. So then we know. You know when you know. If you love something, set it free. If you hate something, you set it free and realize you loved it. Right? Does that make sense? It's a duck or it's not a duck. Seriously, is the cat really gone? Like, have you found him in the, like, whatever time? I don't even get it. Did you see the cat yet?
No.
Well, maybe he ran out. You have to go look for him around the neighborhood.
Yeah. That's not my pajamas.
The cat came back.
I don't know where it is.
Trying to see what else the imagery is in here. The pink clouds. The pink clouds were very prevalent. I didn't feel chatty, but I just felt like sharing the activation of it. My iPad doesn't do it justice. Oh my god, you're like the farting queen behind me. My iPad doesn't do it justice, but the activations are there regardless. So much rainbow energy, but nothing was capturable with my camera or my camera. I don't have a camera anymore, but you know what I mean. Changement de cap. Les changements que vous connaissez sont orchestrés par le divin et en réponse à votre nouvelle ouverture. It's our perceptions, that allow for the new openings, for the changement de cap. Changement de cap. Vous acceptez maintenant d'ouvrir votre cœur à l'amour et votre guidance. The choosing to open your heart to the guidance, right? Vous êtes de ce fait protégé. When you're following your highest heart, you are protected. It's not that when you're not following your highest heart, you're not protected. You still are, but the situations that we manifest don't feel like you're being protected if all of a sudden you have a fucking car accident to realign you of where you're supposed to be, or that you're supposed to rest, for example. A lot of the process of allowing our body and us to just be is being inert, not moving, or being very still. So life will put you to stillness if you don't so choose to do that. 5 minutes or 10 minutes or true stillness within intermittently all day can change a timeline of not needing to like bump your knee, for example, and like to be in not movement. I don't know if that makes any sense at all. It's so pretty and pink. I just want to hold it all day long, Melissa. Seriously. And it's getting out of the other colors too. More pinky. Last year there was 3 stork babies, which is pretty rare. Usually there's only 2. Right on, a trinity. Yes, Melissa, that's important. It's happening for us, not to us. Yeah, yesterday, I honestly didn't think I was going to make it through yesterday on so many levels, but I can laugh about it today because I'm here now. But I was sitting outside and my little monkey was so awake yesterday of like, let's go be a bitch up there, to be honest. and I realized I'm sitting there saying I can't more than I can, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like kind of looking at myself from just enough above to kind of smack myself a little bit to realize, like, you're saying I can't this, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Stop saying I can't breathe and start saying I can breathe, like kind of kicking my own self. I swear. And this is how I like survive the moments of like if I can't breathe, that like I'm telling myself and looking at myself going like, really? Of course you can't. You're telling yourself you can't. If the air traffic gets any closer, I'm just gonna stick my arm out and they're gonna grab me. I don't know. Like, I guess when this is the, I get it now. I guess when there's like a complete pole shift, like, and everything's like so like whacked, that planes can just fly like really, really like so much closer to houses, like right straight through downtown at any given moment. Helicopters too. I swear. And it was 2018 when I was like, what the heck? You know, nothing should be like allowed to be this low. A rêverie. Take the time to dream, to daydream. The space between of taking the time to look up, look down, or just close eyes and just be. Allow the beautiful thoughts to pass through and imprint. The cat who shot like a bow. 11:58. $1:38. Frozen moment by a lake. A knife has been stolen. The death of a snake. I know the impossible. See when the dogs bark. I am the death bird. Naughty, naughty bird. Bird of prey, flying high. High sky. In the summer sky. Bird of prey, flying high, gently pass on by. Bird of prey, flying high, I am going to die. Bird of prey, flying high, take me on your flight. Indians scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Ghosts crowd the young child's fragile, eggshell mind. Waterfall, waterfall, the girls return from summer balls. Let's steal the eye that sees us all. Melissa, I'm healing naturally after having thyroid cancer surgery a year ago. That's beautiful, sweetie. Exactly, Melissa T. I know we all can. Yes. Morgan, Anne Reed, I have her through Instagram. She's done a lot, shared of just how choosing to go natural for the things that she had just how it helped empower her, like as above, so below, because it's the whole cycle of it. And it's nice, it's beautiful. Yes, open communication community. It is. It's so easy to just communicate openly. It's not really so hard, right? One of the most beautiful things of doing the live streams and consistently doing them, like having a sustained, not just randomly popping in, but and then like right now, obviously, like spring has come in and summer and fall is not gonna be like, but the sustained, especially winter, so much is the laying the solid foundation, the really seeing the showing up, right? And showing up does not mean you're always there. It just, the energy, the frequency of when people choose to really open themselves to being of, I would call it sacred friendships, tribe, that real vibe. The Sphinx is near or far. It's as above, so below. I have people who have not checked in with me and are not present on any, any platform or anything. But my connection with them is so solid of knowing that if I think so and so, I haven't seen their channel in so long, and just go into my awareness of just the flow of us all, I will either get a solid check-in or the solid confirmation that, you know what, all is well, right on track. We were not meant to find frequencies that was like, oh, brother or sister tribe vibe, and then stay on the same timelines unless we were, right? So the branches of what I've been putting out with intent of tribe has been like since a child on like a lot of levels, a lot. And then with intent through, and then the knowing, and with the internet has been solid since like 2007 and 8. So I fully expect and know that certain huge frequency signatures that I connected with in the past will be coming back into my awareness at some point. So when we, like, let's say if you've been on YouTube and you have people that you feel like, oh, that sister vibration, that brother vibration, when you amplify that of thinking like, I have been doing this all along. So thinking back to like, it wasn't like a chat platform or the same thing, but if you really think about it, you had timelines where you really solidified and had a frequency with somebody, and you thought you would know each other like this and hang out and be friends and just be like boom forever, but it was only in passing. The way that channels have reflected that, but the passing always has a full circle when that frequency was strong, and that inner knowing that some things are for later, especially the people that have super high elevated, like we're in our purpose driven mode, even if our mind monkey and our whole body wasn't aligned with knowing, like me knowing like who the blueprinters are, who certain people are, who the documenters are, and that everybody, we're all doing our own different stuff, and we can't be watching each other, commenting, and even linked on a 3D level for years and years and months at a time. And that's real. I know for myself, when I'm in a timeline and I can't speak to certain people because we will bend a timeline because we can't. So that's, there's a lot of that's happening right now, the checking part, and where we at? Some people have completely decided to not partake of choosing love, and not in a way that they're choosing fear, just the transitioning part has been chosen. And the last 24 hours for me have been like that total recall, like boom, shock of when baby bears say, "Me not coming, Mama Bear." And me's like, okay, I get it. That's allowed. That's allowed. And this is all going on inside, like everywhere, like just throughout. And it's as much as having the grace and honor towards the animals as well. We've already seen the ripple effect for years of a high elevation of pets transitioning, some of them because of age, but a lot just either very fast or of just, you know, so that everything that chooses to have served their purpose gets the honor of getting what they choose of their own free will. And that part is really just like a push and a pull. And that being said, there's so many that your soul knows you're not going anywhere. Your heart and your mind can scream and be even, in the midst of trying to transition, but you can't. And that's the message I've had for one person specifically last week that had come to speak and talk to me. And that's what I said. I was like, you can choose to do the timeline because you know you need what you need. But if you self-harm and try to kill yourself, you know you're not going anywhere, right? So, and I this is how I speak, right? No joke. Like, so it's like, do you really want the process of self-harm and what comes with it when you know you can't go, even if you try, even if, so, and that's just it. A lot of the most people holding in timelines for many are at their wits' end of what it feels like as above, so below, and just like, blah, but, and it's like, and then again, the free will is there, someone can, but then we're talking another, like, boom, how many ripple effect of timelines altered, and that's why it's so chaotic right now, right? So many, even the ones who know they're staying, can't anchor in of knowing they're staying because there's just so much everywhere. And the beauty to that and the confirmation of that, of Gaia, where the winds are. One of the things that helps me solidify in self is knowing where the winds are, knowing where certain patterns are, not as per exactly what's said. So meaning guided to certain knowings, and then just what flows through me of why and what's being open there. And one of the things I realized yesterday is where specific wind formations are right now is a certain part of the heart of where many people I'm anchored to and are my closest, like, where they are right now. So it helps me to, why is the wind speaking on so many levels inside and going through me? Okay, because it's not only prevalent in so many places, but it's right where Angie is. And even if it's not right where her house is, let's say she's got a spot, it's not a lot, it is all around or everywhere. So amplify that with the connections, and in the most beautiful way. For real. For real. We all feel things differently. I speak from my perspective and from when I know. That's why I ask for check-ins, or if I go look for visual or verbal confirmation through someone else who gathers information, such as like the like the solar winds and da 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 da, right? But it's really big right now. It really is. Yeah. A lot of Ireland energy passing through right now, Alex. A lot. Yeah. Thanks for saying that. I just read that poem that I read was from James Morrison. I am the Lizard King. I can do anything. Mew Mew Coo. I'm watching a little lizard who's listening, and he's nodding away, like agreeing with what you say. Yeah. Loves you, little dude. We don't have lizards here. We have like salamanders and certain things off the beach, but they don't come all the way here. Kyanite into the blue. Right on. I had just the pink, the blue. Lizards are cute. Me knows. Me love lizards. Lizards are baby dragons. How could you not love lizards? Right? He just lifted his arm and waved. Tell him he's like a little baby dragon. I know what he is. See what he does now. Me knows what you are, little lizard dude. Me knows. And try not to like be too excited so he doesn't like start to come to me or anything. He's so cute. I see him in my mind's eye. Yeah, baby dragon for sure. Everything's in plain sight. Always has been. That's how I roll. Don't matter if he is a real baby dragon or not. If I tell him he is, he's gonna feel it, right? How's it going, Willow Pillow? I don't always go and read Alex's jokes, Willow Pillow. Sometimes I get tongue-tied in them. Or triggered, to be honest. I accidentally drank holy water with my laxatives. It's about to get to a religious movement. Oh, the holy water. That's a sink. That's why I read it too. Holy water right now. Boom. Emerald Isle. Here in 2 NC ley lines through and through. Right on. Dino snore. Dino Lily farts. Oh my gosh, eh? How many people do a live stream and get like their kid all farting in their background of their head when I was actually reading. Oh, I gotta hear it in my back. I was actually reading about the winds of change blowing through, and Lily Rose came back and farted. Like, I swear. It's just a piece of glass, Willow Pillow. It's not real. Please don't come kidnap me and fucking put me up for ransom and shit. Oh my god. I annul that in all dimensions and space. That was a joke. Sometimes I'm really realizing, and this is no joke, to what point my jokiness, sarcasmic nature gets me in trouble, because I'll sarcastically say something and then it starts to manifest itself. And so, you know, some people think I'm like just too sensitive about the jokes. Yes and no, because when people write things as well, it can imprint and actually happen in my reality. So depending on what certain things is, it's not a joke, because it's little things and I don't have specific examples, but it's awesome, eh? It's like I went to a place that didn't really exist, that was just there for a while and had stuff gathered, And at the time, they had every color, and it was all like just, and
It's
I was
fake.
like, of course, yeah, it is fake. It's fake. We want
Yeah.
to say this. We
Yeah, it's
don't want to
fake.
get kidnapped. Fake.
Plastic
But
glass. I don't know.
maybe it's real, and they just sold it to me for $2, and you know, I've been holding it. I buffered it a little bit because I sat on it.
Yeah, and I laid on it
This one
by
time
accident.
when it was brand new, I sat on it, and it was very pointy.
Yeah.
And well, I survived, and there was no blood. So hey.
Yeah, and it's still pointy.
And this is the thing, is that until 2019, when we just kind of were heading out of here, at the last minute, after it was our last time at the library, and that random place was open and had stuff for sale. All the gems were everywhere, and it's like they were only $2 each, or like I think it was like a box for like 10. And I was like, just pick one, just pick one, just pick one, right? And I got the green one. If you see like a bunch of pretty things, just pick one, right? Focus on the one. So I got the one. And so a lot of the magic of this, like even if it's just like glass, is the fact that it was like the last thing kind of, we sold, burned, gave everything away, like except for what we needed and what we kept. So it was like bringing in a new and the last kind of thing that we bought in our community, and a bag of marbles. Still rolling on that bag of marbles. Or no, the second one after that. So yeah, the last bag of marbles before the road trip, I got them here to gift. And then, so this, showing it, bringing it out randomly, even with adults. And that's it. And that's one of the things, we can perceive that nobody else looks at anything the way that we do, and that can be like 144% truth. Nobody looks at the little things. Nobody looks up at the sky around us. But how we so choose to focus our energy is, we don't care if nobody sees it. Me gonna show them. Yeah. So it's one of the reasons that I have such like an isolated path, is because, you know, I just go show where I'm meant to show and be where I'm meant to be. So it's little things like just being yourself where you're meant to be, and then that flows into something. So, you know, having this and looking at it as you're looking at the sky, even just if there is no, it has nothing to do with anybody around, but when there is, even when there isn't, the one picture that I took, you know, somebody who's been following my channel with me and us on the journey of everything knows this a lot, right? Because it's been in imagery, and it's been in vid, and it's been in live streams, and right. So the power of just the fun of the sync of it. And specifically, I've had times where, because it's not something, it's not just whipped out every day, you know what I mean? Like sometimes I don't even touch it for weeks at a time. It's staying in the house right now. But passing it around and saying, you get a wish, right? So if you ever like just been anywhere random in Canada and somebody says like, here, make a wish, that was me. Or well, somebody else maybe does the same thing, but it's fun. Most of the marbles I've ever gifted are not to kids. Kids already have a bunch of stuff. They're, you know, some kids, yeah, because they're going to keep it. They're going to treasure it. And one of the things I always say to anyone, if I give them something, is even if you lose it in 5 minutes, it was still good for you for 5 minutes, and whoever else is going to find it is who is going to meant to find it through you. I gifted something to a child once, and I told him that, and when he came to me and said, like, I already lost it. I already lost it. And I was like, little buddy, you know, maybe it wasn't meant to be yours, and you know, somebody's gonna find it. It's a treasure, and he needed it more than you. But, and just the feeling. But yeah, most marbles across Canada that I've given is to like search and rescue personnel, police, military. I think that's fun, right? So you go up to a bunch of people that are on like a convoy toward like Eastern Canada coming from the west, all in their military stuff. And you go give a couple marbles to a few people and you ask where they're going and you see what the energy's like. It's nice. It's nice. People are people. Hey, David Castle. 28. Oh my, we are the 28th. I just grasped that. Resolving disputes, diplomacy, restoring harmony, mending fences and building bridges. Harmony means that even though we are all different, we can blend our unique voices to create an ethereal chorus that uplifts us all. Stick to what feels good, and that is so simple. People are people, so why should it be that we get along so awfully? How do we get along awfully? We're not with the people we're meant to be with, right? That's it. Holding on to timelines is the only thing keeping a whole entire collective in frequencies that are not of the most purest light. Who cares if that's, your brother? You don't get along. You don't really like each other. Don't go hang out together. Stop making the same stuff because you did all your life and you're supposed to be together next week for fishing and you don't even want to see his fucking face. Go fishing with the person you want to go fishing with. Like, it's just that simple. And that's yesterday, it was like a heartache feeling of, it's so simple. What we need to do is to just be where we feel good and allow that to everybody else. Like, fuck. That's it. That is it. And one of the things, I want to say this out loud. If everybody is like has been abused, then who are the narcissists? Because there's nobody just saying like, I'm a total narcissist and I have zero like blah, blah, blah. Because guess what? Everybody has played every part, and I just don't even get to what point, like, we know. If somebody was a narcissist, it's because they were hurt so freaking bad that they can't even surpass to not have that label. So see just the wounded child exit all realities that don't feel good. One of the things that I realize in certain patterns is that no matter what, somebody can't bully you, be a narcissist, or tell you what to do or make you stay if you're gone. Right? If you're gone and you're not there, somebody can text you all fucking day. They can show up at your door if you're not answering and figuring out ways. Like, all the patterns are stopped when we choose to not continue to say yes or to be somewhere or to allow something. The boundaries of everything. And the ripple effect of when we are validating. When you're validating all the time something, all the wasted movement of energy is the space between where all the chaos, the more we are talking and not communicating, and it's not good, keeping those timelines, we're not actually spending time talking to people and feeling good. So and there's such a beauty of, it is all happening, and it's happening whether people want it to happen or not. Like, it's all just boom. That looks yummy.
Mm-hmm. The cold.
Hey, Frack, how's it going? Yeah, road trip. We all have the right to do as we desire. And there is no need to put yourself through negative vibes and feel icky with regret. Yeah. And if we go towards a dynamic where everybody really does what makes them feel good, it's just that beautiful and that fast. Yeah. Road trip. No single person has a higher claim over you, yourself, your life, actions, and feelings. Exactly. But that needs to be said and witnessed and shared, to allow somebody to. It's like when I say, do you feel safe? And, no, I don't. And then why? And then figure it out. And how I've been saying for weeks, not everybody can get to the point of even being able to say, I'm not safe. Because it's past just, like, do you really know what a certain thing is if you've never been held? You're not being held captive, but if you got no fucking money that's your own, on certain things, you can't leave certain timelines the same way. So how to empower anyone to do that is through witness, through listening, through hearing, through being ready for that person that you would never expect could come to you and say, like, I need your help. I don't know who else to go to. Right? Being open for that will bring it in. If it's in your reality around and somebody is like inside of them, like screaming for somebody to talk to and an angel, and you put yourself out there and say, like, make it happen. It will. I know because I do it regularly. It's part of my purpose. Right? So but it's past that. But yes, David, people settle because they fear being alone. Don't settle. Believe and love will find you once you love you. Yes. But it's past fear of being alone. It's the complete fear of not being able to self-sustain in a matrix reality. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to pussyfoot around it. Sometimes it's not more empowering. It is. I don't want to say the wrong words. Kudos to those of us who are fucking brave enough to do what we need to do, to live in only timelines that are for our best and highest goods and that of our children, that we refuse timelines that could have any ripple effect of and not a fully, life of integrity, but, it's not easy because, the other stuff doesn't come the same way as it was there before, right? So when you so choose to leave the timelines and leave things behind in order for safety and for self-sustaining, just self-love, it doesn't mean that the home will remanifest itself. So, there's mothers with more than one. I'm me and Lily, and then with the extended Amy downstairs, who's, kind of different because she's apart, but she's not. But there's mothers with very young children right now, who have 4 children and who are going from house to house, staying with family in order to survive. And survive in ways that they are taking care of their own children, but they can't sustain a home. And that's a reality that I just not fair to say to somebody that you're in a lack of abundance. You're in a lack of abundance because you have abundance wounds. Okay, whatever. The daily life of 4 children and then not actually having your own home and what you have to do, in order to please other people when you're in their home or not. I would never wish upon any family or parent to not be in places where when you have to tell your kids to go to bed earlier or to be quieter or to stop doing this or stop doing that because it's going to bother the people where you are. Right? It's actually pretty scary because you're at all times on a certain mama bear alert of it don't matter how authentic you are and you want your kids to be. Certain things are not acceptable in 3D linear thinking of people, and that is that. Like, that is that. It is forbidden and unheard of that somebody would not brush their hair, for example, and not or brush it once in the morning and then not feel like brushing it again. So a child that, gets told what to do by other adults because they live in a reality that, and it's not an extended timeline that helps and benefits. It's you have to, your mothers are sacrificing their, not our authenticity, but what we have to allow in our reality on a certain level in order to have certain things. So, and I speak of different timelines, right? But Melissa T, thank you. Thanks for sharing that. My twins are in wheelchairs. So taking into consideration all of that comes with a responsibility. Exactly. Thank you for mentioning it, because we don't all have the same realities. And when we can put into perspective, like, whoa, I never thought of that. Somebody who has to think of that as well as just the basic finding a place and having a place, that level of security and everything needs to be there as well. Love you, Melissa. Thanks for mentioning it. What age are the twins? Yeah, Eddie, follow your soul, not what someone guilts you into being. And man, I'm still dealing with my father so extremely. Yes, thanks for mentioning that, Eddie. And that's why, that the ones of us with longer life paths, I'm going to be 50 soon. So, 50 years of a life path, and people look at me and tell, I'm wise, I'm so strong. You're strong and you're bold. Okay. Still, my reality is exactly that. All right? So, no one is spared of that. And then we are, but you know what I'm saying. The ancestral timelines are ancestral timelines, and that's that. Like that we're shit. I hate when when it gets to that, eh? My dad always has to know where I am, and if I'm away from cell service for a week, he calls the police, usually the federal and forest welfare check. Oh, man. Don't you fucking get down with OPP me in the forest unless... Oh, my gosh. Oh, Eddie. Oh, I love you. Why do I picture... This is Eddie. Like, Eddie's, like, in the woods, and Mika's just hanging out, and then the fucking police shows up, and Eddie's like, my dad called you, right? And meanwhile... I can see myself, right, when I'm like 17 being like, oh man, my dad made this happen. I'm just like, oh my God, Eddie. When we say we can't make shit up sometimes, right? I love you. Yeah. Makes you want to give Mika like just a bit of a longer leash. Eh, Eddie? When she wants to do something. Here, cat, take a bit more space. Oh, yes. Following in setting a boundary after falling into his trap to please him is difficult. I don't want to cause pain, but gee, at 55 years old, can I have some freedom? He loves you. Yeah. Privacy. Instead of always up my ass, it's been my entire life. Oh, Eddie, me loves you. And me says it like with the grain of humor because like, oh my gosh. Yeah, can't make that stuff up. Oh, Eddie. Doesn't he use the internet? Can't he just watch your channel? Oh, tell him to watch YouTube and come here. Dad. I'm not checking in with your dad once a fucking week, that's for sure. But he can come here and watch. Tell him, Mama Bear will know where I am, Dad. Don't call the police. Go check Mama Bear.
I think the police already know our house.
Oh, yes, the police definitely know our house, but he's like...
Or our street.
Whatever. Ain't about me. Oh, Eddie, I love you for sharing that. And truly for sharing that, because it's not hard to feel like an eternal teenager, right, Eddie? When a lot of your timelines are like... me still treated this way. Yesterday, something happened, and I looked at Amy. She was sidekick instead of Lily. I looked at Amy and I was like, what the fuck just happened? This will all make sense when I'm older. Let me know when that kicks in, because I'm going to be 50 soon and I don't get what just happened. Like, whoa. Oh gosh, don't be sorry for the coarse language. I love to pull through coarse language. I am not PG rated. Coarse language is not bad to me. It's the way that things are said to hurt people that I try to stay away from, right? Yeah, it's gotten bad each summer. I'm on a vacation away from Sal. Let me be, eh?
Mom,
Yeah, and you really just need to say it that way, Eddie. That's it.
can you warm up the leftovers a little bit?
In a bit, you just ate enough for now, and I'll finish this and then I'll heat some for myself as well. Just, Eddie, it's just got to be clear. And if he chooses to call the police, it's that thing. Once you've been clear with a boundary, it's the same thing no matter what the boundary is, right, Eddie? For real. Once you've set the boundary of saying, like, Dad, I can't abide by what you say. I'll call you when I feel like it. And if I don't, it has nothing to do with you. It's summertime, baby. I'm not checking in. That's it. And then if he so chooses to do and have a reaction and call anybody or even feel bad or guilty or mad, it's not your circus. It's not your monkey. It's not, you know, like, fuck. That's it. Loves you. Yeah. Oh, road trip Eddie. Instead of thinking about it that way, let's rewire it right now. He says, no, he doesn't understand YouTube. And that's okay. He can if he wants. Sucks because I wish he could view the film. I got a brother down the road who won't help him. Exactly. That ain't going to come into fruition, so no more focused energy. Instead of that, wish your dad and manifest into your dad's reality someone else who's going to do that for him. If you specifically know anybody close by that you can hook up with and say, listen, it's not about me not wanting to spend time with my dad. Like, you like my dad or you already go see my dad. Could you do this? And if nobody can, you can actually just wish. Because this is how it happens, Eddie. We manifest through just knowing it can happen. Your dad can be randomly sitting on a park bench, say to somebody, my kid's on YouTube. And the guy be sitting there going like, really? Who's your kid? Road Trip Eddie. Boom. And they're checking it together. Right? Or tell your dad. You know, like, fuck, people, if he does anything with any human with a phone, tell your dad. Be annoying. Ask other people. I'm right there, Dad. I'm right there. And if I ain't enough, there's a fucking crazy chick that loves me that, like, go watch her. She'll know who I am. And remember, I just said that. I don't know if you were here where I said, where we lose our energy is when we justify all the time. I've constantly been repeating how I'm not accountable for how he feels. I'm only accountable for my own behaviors. But it goes pretty deep, as you can imagine, with all the programming, and then him giving me money to shut up and accept the bad behaviors. Exactly. There's so much of that, to the point where Eddie, certain things will not work because someone else who gifted will be thinking negative thoughts, and it messes up the things that the money went towards, for example. We're just that connected, right? But the thing of talking as well is it's so multi-layered now, Eddie. You sitting in stillness, you just, first of all, me amplifying is speaking to his higher self. That's what is coming through. It's already, because you're talking about it, allowing for it to be witnessed, sharing it openly, and then I'm putting an energy towards it, and it's speaking to his higher self, you know, on some level. You'll get the ripple effect of it. I know it hurts, Eddie. It's you know, it's really hard. It's the whole, and then, you know, and then Eddie, the obstacle is the way, right? At this point, dude, you do go near to check, and if you're really not in service, but if you are, then sometimes you would call him twice a week for 5 minutes if you weren't pushed to have to do it when it's somebody else's thing. So the obstacle is the way. If you're already not close to your dad and you're near service and you call and say like, hey, how you doing? I had 5 minutes. I'm just popping in to say duh, 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 and mean it. You want to put an effort forth, and that's it. Boom. Don't matter if you want to talk more. I gotta go. And then do that every, like, randomly, instead of sustaining what he wants as a pattern. Create your own pattern. This is when I have time. I only have 5 minutes, or oh, I got 2 hours, or I got whatever. You make the pattern. He don't get to make it. It's your phone. He can't make you have service if you don't have it, and he can't make you call. But you can sustain a different pattern. And if you're not meant to be talking to him at all, then that's the hugest boundary of all. You'll know, and only you can know. I love you too, Eddie. You know, we never regret putting an energy towards someone if it feels good. So, you know, I've said to people, for real, if you can't be nice to me, talk about nice things. Because a lot of the times, the reason that we don't want to sustain or won't even try any contact, and it's not the first thing we think about, is because the relationship's not there. But we always have the potential to guide a relationship to where we want it to be if the frequency feels good. So seeing your father as in a different light, right? No matter what, he's not annoying because he wants to talk to you. But what he wants to talk to you about and how he talks, you can steer that into different ways. You know? I know I'm way too cheesy. You know, I see the potential of every timeline to be truly majestic, to be turned around on a dime and become something that is so empowering. So it doesn't matter if somebody didn't have a relationship with somebody and there was zero and we were doing everything just because we had to. You could turn around and a soul, two souls, choose exactly what they want to anchor in and make something pure. You know? Especially when people are at a certain age, they are willing to be steered into just, no, we're not talking about the fucking news and all that shit. You want to be with me? We're talking about this, right? Let's be playful. Let's talk about something nice. And then, you know, we are the timeline benders, and we are here to show love, and we can't just share love where it doesn't feel good. So if there's a way to make it feel good, you do. And if there is no way, then you can't. Wednesdays and Sundays, always. I've tried to break the repetitive cycle because it creates guilt if I'm not available. Exactly. Boom, 12:44 on the 28th. Battery's at 58. A little bit of lapis. A little bit of lapis in your life. I thank you for sharing, Eddie, and I'm flowing it all through. Thanks for your comment too, Frock. If anybody else has any comments, flowing it all through because this is one of the biggest mirrors of what's going on collectively, as above, so below. Don't matter if you're masculine or feminine and what age you're at. It's just a different inside. So the story of what's being asked of you, the demand, or the whatever, insert another story or another whatever and amplify, and everyone has a certain timeline of this, right? So that's what I say when we're putting out something, when we come in here and share, that's amplified and that can be seen and turned into a reflective mirror of all timelines. So it don't matter if Authentic Max is in Tibet, the same things, ripple effect through the ancestral DNA, are the same things that we're trying to bring forth and rewrite in a different way, right? Certain things are the same, and because the stories are different, but inside exactly, Eddie. And that's the beauty of getting to that part, at least that safety of being treated nice. Eddie says, yes, I treat people nice. I'm a treat me nice, I'll treat you better kind of person. Yeah, same. If I'm not treated nice, then I just quietly walk away. Yeah, I won't even say goodbye a lot of the times. I'm just gone. I'm just gone. Right? But definitely. I'm proud of you, Eddie, first of all, for caring enough to even, have a relationship. There's a lot of people in that holding pattern and choice space of, you can't go on into your new timelines of your destiny if you haven't fixed your past, right? So it's important what you're putting through, Eddie. He's cold. I'm going to pull a card, and then I'm going to take a little, just circulate for a second. Say circulate for a second. I've been on for an hour and 38. That's the thing too, is when I just it's been like 15 minutes or something, I don't know. I haven't done many timestamps too since, woo, they're just flying, eh? Keep your dreams alive, boom. 25, 2 and 5 is 7. Keep your dreams alive. I'll get through it. I'm only keeping in touch for his own good. I prefer not to. Since last fall, it's only out of guilt from previous gifts. Think of where your energy goes and your energy flows. If you're being asked to completely, what you're being asked inside to do, Eddie, follow it. Okay? Don't siphon your energy anywhere. At some point, you could be being asked to just straight up say certain things as well, and that's sorry, but you fucking gave me shit, and now you make me feel bad because I can't talk to you when you want me to, just because you gave me this. Well, what do you want me to do, right? It doesn't work. It seems like he needs me to hold his hand as he passes out of this world, and that's the best I can do since I'm so far away. Thanks for saying it, Frack. Going through the same, Eddie. You are not alone. Thank you, Frack, for sharing that. Thank you. Yeah. You know what? If we put it down to it's a duck or it's not a duck, right? In every given choice of your timelines, Eddie, will you regret if you didn't do it? And are you proud if you do it in the moment? So meaning, if you're looking back in 5 years, are you going to look back at yourself and say, all I had to do was go to the phone for 10 minutes a day twice when he wanted me to. I should have done it. Or do you know, sitting there right now, that, fuck, I don't want to be doing this. I won't regret not doing it. I know this is the best for me right now. And that's the ultimate. Because if you can see yourself in 5 years knowing that you had to do it this way because it was sucking you dry, so you might not even get to in 5 years, because wherever we choose to give our juice now is what gives us our gump. Does that make sense? So that you can't regret in 5 years that you didn't, if you know in the moment you were in your best, most sovereign. What's for you? Does that make any sense at all? So if you're spending two times a week checking in when it feels good to someone, and it feels good when you check in, you'll never regret that. But if in the moment you're getting sucked, because even if you're choosing to do what you want to do and check in, because you never want to have the other feeling, but you're checking in and it feels like shit, then you're not supposed to be checking in anymore, honey. And I know that part's the hardest, because the ripple effect is what's just everywhere. Truly saying, like, I love you, but I don't like you, and I can't spend any time with you. None. No matter what. No matter what you give, no matter what you gave. Like, no matter if you're going to take it away and leave me fucking homeless, you're going to have to take it. I can't be with you. That's how, and that's where we're at. And that's why I keep saying, for other people who are in certain timelines, when a woman looks at her man and says, I'm gone, everything that was ever hers gets played upon on a certain level. And vice versa. When a man looks at a woman and says, like, I'm exiting this timeline, everything becomes something different. Except when people are on the same page. Because at some point, sometimes, it's so fucked up when you're living in all these different realities, but you're married to somebody, and when you actually sit down and look, if you actually sit down and look at each other and say, like, are you happy? No. Are you happy? No. What are we doing together? And let's not play games about it in the middle, is so possible, like right now, today, on so many levels. Why? Because everybody's being bombarded with what their heart really wants. So if you think your wife or your brother or your dad even doesn't have a better timeline waiting for him, like if you exit your dad's reality of not taking the time to call, something else is going to come into his timelines. And guess what? Right now, we're being asked to stand in our most sovereignty of anybody who's bullying or putting down or not sharing in proper ways that hurts. So I speak on so many levels, throwing it all out there, Eddie, because the example of last year, it didn't matter the landlord relationship that I had. It, has nothing to do with family, has nothing to do with stuff, but the guilting of, if you leave my basement, I'm going to be alone. I'm already dying, Michelle. I'm going to be dead next month. I'm just waiting for you to give me rent, and then I'm going to deposit it and I'll be dead. Like the mind monkey. Meanwhile, I'm a full fucking grown adult. This is not my fucking family. But like, fuck. He is so fucking alone. Nobody can stand him in the fucking world. His own children can't even fucking come see him in a year. But he's like literally telling me, and trying to help another, because in one's reality of like 20 days, someone has the choice to act and be and embody different things, but they never do. So you gotta back away, even if they're saying all the stuff and all of that. It's all just a loop if nobody empowers themselves. So there is a certain timeline to be spent caring and nurturing and giving and thinking that somebody can embody better because they ask for it. They get a chance, but it doesn't mean if they can't, then they don't anymore. And this is where we're at, is we're at a serious level of people being in a collective frequency of suicide. So we can't just sit there and witness somebody saying stuff and then being sucked dry and walking out of the room, and they go for a drink and everything's fine, and then you suck it all in because it wasn't true witness. It was a puppet show played from an ego perspective. Right? So a lot of what's I'm saying today is to be amplified with whatever certain stories of, okay, this is a little different, but this is like the whole thing of what's going on. Like, I seeing clear that I'm witnessing all the time, all the same words, same thing, but not on these people are not changing, elevating, just being sucked dry. It doesn't matter if you don't speak to somebody for 10 years, but you love them anyways. Love is near or far. I can anchor somebody who, whatever timeline, and I love them. I do. But I won't empower unless it's from a fourth to fifth dimensional perspective and beyond anymore. Like, even someone I love dearly, I can say now, I can witness anything, and I know this. So I can say clearly when, if I'm looking at a high school timeline that's been repeated 10 times to someone else, to other people, and say, you've had this witnessed. This isn't what you're really feeling. What's the real thing? Otherwise, you're looping a story until you can really see what. And some people I can't say this out loud to. They don't understand a word I'm saying. It's a glazed donut look and don't understand. But I'm saying it to their higher self. Don't bother taking the time to call or email or text or show up unless you're ready to have the space held at witness level. Not here for the rest of the stuff. Anchors up of the timelines that had the choice and the gift and honor of being able to use certain abilities and gifts in other people. We won't be sucked dry in the same way anymore. And I say sucked dry, that's elevated. Well, it is big. It is that big. But we won't participate in certain things. So cutting a script before it happens is, it's so new. It's hard to grasp sometimes, right? Yeah, Mew Mew. It's important, eh? If anyone has anything when I flow like that, if you have just anything to add, like that I'm missing or that I didn't say in a way, one of the reasons I'm streaming and keeping open and just flowing is like whatever's meant to be heard is going to be grasped. And if I'm not putting it through in a way that could, like if you see a reflection of a story and it's like you could add something in to the flow to assist, it'd be great, guys. Yeah. It's so many different choices right now because they're, the circle and cycle of life. And guess what? It doesn't matter if somebody's even sick, right? Somebody could be sick and in mega pain. You don't get to call me a certain name. You don't get to treat me a certain way. You don't get to act a certain way, right? There's certain things that are just, it's unacceptable. And I'm that kind of person. Authenticity, no matter who, really helps. Full. It doesn't matter if it hurts to say it out loud. Like, Daddy, you're being an asshole. You're mean to me. Like, speak on a level to go get something else out of somebody is the best way to shock a soul into recognition of who have I become, or how dare I speak like this? Does that make sense? Like if it's our inner child that wants to say something, say it in that way. The shock of saying exactly how it feels when somebody's like, when you feel it, say it exactly how it feels. And it's not about explaining or justifying. It's like exactly how it feels. I don't know. because I keep saying rewriting the script, and rewriting the script is if you've said the same thing to someone more than twice, more than 3 times. One of the things I believe about anything as well is when we go into dementia and any types of things is the allowing of what somebody needs. So, you can't make somebody eat, you let them flow. When my grandfather was sick, he just ate when he was hungry. You can't tell him when to eat. So that helped with how he felt, right? Not being guided of when. So it's the same thing for you. The freedom that you need, Eddie, for where you are. It's like when I was on the road. For me, it was only for 4 months. And a lot of that time I was, kind of intermittently in different places for a week or so. But he's camping, man. I check in when I do. It happened to be that the cycles of it were so regular but not my fucking problem if somebody's two provinces or a country away or anywhere away and feels like, I'm scared, where's Michelle right now? I'm like, fucking none of your business. I'm in a fucking tent in the middle of fucking Cape Breton, right? It is nobody's business on some level. It's beautiful that people care for us, but if you can't go camping, I don't care who it is, right? Like, fuck. Just because we have access to the technology doesn't mean that we're gotta use it. Love sustains itself whether we talk to people or not. So any insecurity of wanting and needing the check-ins filled with guilt is what we're here to bust, Eddie. It really is. Play. Thanks, Eddie. Thanks, Genevieve. I needed to hear that from you when I'm already hearing and feeling inside. Yeah, thanks for writing it out that way. That's what I'm here for, and a lot of people that we're guided to, right? So the same thing that we're going to be hearing inside of us, we need to hear it in a different way with sometimes it's voices, music, songs. That's what the synchronicities are about. And you're part of the flow of the family, like of us, right, Eddie? So thanks for allowing yourself to be here and speak about it because, again, it's a pivotal subject that is exactly everybody's timeline on some level or has been or will be, right? So, and even if it never becomes again, it's beautiful to hear that is what other people are going through right now in order to help empower others to do it, right? In order to help empower others to do it. Keep your dreams alive. I forgot to do that little walkabout. Did you want warm food for real right now? You still hungry? Yeah. Warm food for real? Huh? What'd you say? Nothing, I'm getting it ready, I love you. Can we borrow your broom? Go, man. That's funny. I feel like a big sandwich. Funny. I'm paddling.
You're paddling?
Just keep it yours. Oh my god, I'm such a loser.
Oh, yeah?
Well, yeah. You off today too?
Yeah, just today and today.
Yeah.
Back to work tomorrow, work another week at Subway, and then I'm off to
for just good, CJ? Right on.
Well, they're bringing all the staff to Trout Lake because they sold it over to Sarah. So
You think Amy would be a good fit there?
where?
CJ's.
Probably, yeah.
I think that could be a good dynamic for her. She chose it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I mean.
She knows her weed. The only thing she'd have to do is get a police background check and do a course online for CanCell.
The
which
course she would be awesome at, and then she's all good with the rest too.
It would
so.
cost her about $140.
Yeah. Good to know.
All right.
Cool. Thanks for that. I didn't know what was needed.
Are you almost done? The live stream.
Lily Rose. Right now, I'm just gonna do the 2 things at a time of finishing answering the door and then heating the food that you want. Could you come here, please?
Yeah.
Thanks, Miu. Love you too. Have a beautiful day. Sorry about that. David headed off to do some energy work. Y'all have an awesome day. Make sure you take time to do things that bring you joy to your life. Yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why Mia's here. Keep your dreams alive. She flows into that, eh? Check that out. And this is 2 separate decks. That's cool. Much love and sweetness back to you, Frack. Have a beautiful day. Keep your dreams alive. Where's that book? There it is. Keep your dreams alive. This is the second one. What was the other one? I forget. Doesn't matter. Keep your dreams alive. Start to identify plans and actions that will lead you to achieve your goals and dreams. Dreams can become your reality. This is the time to plan what you need to be able to apply detailed planning in order to manifest your dreams and realize your goals. Summon your sense of courage Eddie, oh, you've been posting your drawings on Instagram. Cool. Oh, did you just log into Instagram for a while? I think I sent you something. I can't remember what it was. The other day. And yeah, I don't share many, but just randomly once in a while. It's just for the message of what's on it. Anita colors them sometimes, and she does like awesome stuff with them. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I had done a drawing for my sister at Christmas, and then I lost it. I couldn't find it. Turned out we had put it in like a Lady Rose's special drawer. In her special drawer, so she found it yesterday. So I sent it to my sister saying it was Christmas. Merry Christmas, I found your drawing. And this is when I had started for Mountain Rain. Let me see Judy. Judy in disguise. Get it? Judy in disguise. Can you see the Judy? Judy in disguise. Cracks me up. Yeah. So. Yeah. Hope you get through yours, Fraga. We always do. It's just can't choose other people's reactions, right? That's just it. And the most purest hearts of gold get the most fucking shittiest reactions sometimes, to be honest, right, guys? So people think when you're nice and sweet or kind that's what you're getting back in your reality, and it's like, no. The ripple effect of certain things, and makes it that generosity of spirit, that kindness is so easy for some, is because they never had it. So gifting it back to those who never gave it to you is fucking hard. It's really hard, guys. Right? It's really, I love you guys for talking about it. Thank you. Yeah, it ain't easy at all. It ain't easy, and it's the part of when I used to say, and I still do, and I stand by it. We were programmed, or we think, or we thought we knew what disclosure was, but disclosure is the whole, like, it's not the falling apart of a system, because that's happening naturally. 13:13 Eastern Time, 50% battery exactly.
You're almost 50.
It's the falling apart of every belief within our system, our DNA, our family, our everything. So someone said last week, like, she said, like, none of my friends know what as above, so below even means, even on the simplest level. And it's like, yeah. So having it here, anybody at any time, whoa, is a lot, because when we're surrounded by we can't choose the reactions of anybody. We can only really start to gravitate with what brings up our frequency and keeps it there, sustain the best. Because all the love that all the love you can share with the higher frequency ripple effects back everywhere else, even if we're not putting a 3D, spending time inside of us, that's what we're sending out. So that's the thing. You love your daddy, Eddie. I'm going to use specifically Eddie. You love your daddy, Eddie, but your daddy ain't you. So everything that you're doing is not to hurt him, And again, sometimes the greater good for what feels the best inside isn't always what we want to do. Like, do people think that like a mom and dad get up every day and just do exactly what they want to do just because they're fucking enlightened and shit? I think not, right? It's what's for the greater good. What's for the greater good? Sometimes the greater good is, it's not pretty for other people. They don't like it. They don't like it at all. Wolf is back. Told him yesterday, turn knowledge into wisdom. I think he's gonna look pretty hot near Sophia. Wow, rawr, look at them. Power couple. Oh man, I just set up Sophia with the wolf. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Oh, go away, Sophia. The wolf would rather be in like the pastures. The wolf wants to run with the wheat. Setting up the cards, matchmaker. Oh man. I hope that fork scratching across Lily Rose's plate is driving somebody batshit back there. No, not on purpose though, honey. Come on. Right? If I ain't driving you bonkers, then the kid will. Choo choo. Well, spirit leads you to deep. I'm going to read it again. I feel like I just read this yesterday. Oh, Eddie, I can't help it. I feel really giggly. I don't know if somebody's cooking bacon in the background or just like somebody's giggling or it's me giggling all by myself there. But when you write that, Eddie, it's just hard to draw the line sometimes. The line of it's my life, not yours. Let me be 18 finally at 55. Go, okay? Live your own life. And still being nice about it. Well, the nicest thing about the 80s, Eddie, I can't fucking wait till she stops scratching that fucking plate, to be honest. It's like chalkboard rice eating contest beside me. No wonder people use chopsticks in China. Eddie, a mixtape. If you gather all the songs of all time, you'll make the biggest CD ever. Make a CD for your dad of every song of a kid who wants to fucking be left alone by their dad or someone else, right? So I'm thinking Bon Jovi, It's My Life. I'm thinking a Yakety Yak, put that on there. What other songs, right? Fuck You, I Won't Do What You Told Me. Why not? Why not? Stick it in between a couple old songs, maybe he won't notice. Guess what? I have a restaurant story. So this one time I had a restaurant, and at the restaurant I did certain menu, whatever. She's in like 2 rooms back, so I did all sorts of things for all sorts of people. So this one time I was having a Christmas party that they, you know, I know people, so supper music, right? Supper music, knowing that I had karaoke, you know, wah, funky music later, right? Let's sit down and eat calmly, Michelle. Oh, this is so funny. Be quiet. You weren't even there. Listen to the story.
No.
Oh, I'm
I
gonna
found
forget what I was
Dad.
saying.
There was a little lump under my blankets on the ground. Just blankets that were on the floor, and he was under that.
Underwear.
Under my blankets.
I just said underwear. So yeah, and that's the thing is that, you know, I know that after is going to be like really a party. So as I was making a CD, but I still call it a mixtape of supper music, I looked at the person who was helping me and I was like, I really want to put Metallica, Nothing Else Matters, and blah, 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 something else, but I'm not sure that will pass for supper, for what I was putting in as French type of styles, and just, I really was, because like, that's the thing is, I already knew everybody, and I know exactly, so I was actually inserting synchronicities in people's childhood songs, or people's favorite songs, all through supper. So I was implanting the best music ever for a Christmas party, for real. knowing I was going to be cooking and pumping out supper as that music played. So I was kind of motivating myself as well, right? So I can still see Carlos, and he comes up to me. He's like, I know you put this thing together and you put Nothing Else Matters in for me, but you can't rock me out during supper. I'm trying to be serious for my people. Like, I don't want to rock out. I don't want to rock out inside. And this is getting me to that, meaning that the person whose business it was trying to stay like as responsible as he could, to do the things he wanted to do, to thank all his employees and have the different things that he wanted to say or gift or share. So the animation of what was going on during supper, he was like, you're getting my vibe, even if it was really slow. Anyways, that was just a random inserted story. Yeah. So beautiful out here in the forest, says Eddie. So peaceful and calm, so tranquil. This is how I want my soul to feel constantly. Ooh. No, Eddie, it's not. That's the thing, eh? We want to save from the harshness, but it can't be. Can you put it to me somewhere else? I can't press on that because I don't have... If you could, like, can you upload that onto my Instagram messaging, Eddie? I can't press on it through this app. My song that I wrote and recorded about 10-15 years ago, Shoulda Known Better, is a pure reflection, but it's too harsh for him though, LOL. It might be too... You think it might be too harsh. It might be exactly what it needs to, like, bust into his heart of gold to crack it open. But for other people, it could be exactly what's needed to understand things, eh, sometimes. One of the things I realized about being... I thought that being as truthful as I could would help burst a heart of gold. But it turns out that I didn't mean to be harsh. I was just being very honest. Which is harsh to somebody else, but that's not the truth. The truth is, if somebody's saying their feelings and it sounds too harsh, it's because somebody's really not ready to witness, like, wow, that's how it feels, right? That's how it feels when you talk to me. If somebody wants to run away from listening, this is how it feels when I speak to you. This is what you make me feel like. With real words, not just, I am mad. I am mad don't mean nothing. What is the thing? What, you know? Harshness is truth. And what harshness brings is avoidance. So you want to find the best way to, like, not have to check in every couple days with your dad? The complete, you know, truth of how it feels will make it that someone can't even want to speak until they're ready to face what they didn't. Right? So for as much as you've been guilted, that's been for your whole life, and the pattern that started it, people don't want to look at and see. So a lot of families coming from lineage of, like, complete alcoholism, fully functioning alcoholics, right? So there's a difference between, we talked about this before, the fully functioning alcoholic who it doesn't really matter if they drink all the time and never stop. There's no recall to it, or no, you know, if you can clean up your mess all the time and nobody ever knows that what the actual effects of that alcohol is a whole different world than somebody who's homeless and you know they're drinking and you can see it all, right? You can judge it all. But so a lot of the stuff that's being healed and it needs to really come forth right now is people are being played the puppet or being hurt by people who can't even remember what they say. So there's people being asked to check in with family, but family don't even remember what they said when they talked to them. So you could have talked to your dad all fucking winter if he was in that kind of timeline, and your dad wouldn't remember 3/4 of what he said. So he doesn't even recall that he's bitching half the time or very mean when he speaks because he doesn't know what he's saying because he can't remember. So, and I'm just throwing that out there because that is a part, again, of the stories, the stuff. There's a lot, the the overt people killing themselves with substances and just instead of slowing down, immersing themselves so much more. So the reflections of reality right now is people will be in timelines and fully functioning, drinking, and really, I'm not talking about just, pleasure and stuff, and witnessing the ripple effect of families, friends who have completely stopped drinking because of certain things in their life. So if you're in a timeline and 6 of people in your reality have completely stopped drinking, don't do certain things, won't go to the bar with you, won't go for supper, they don't even come to your house anymore because in your timeline, they're still pumping out the same amount of alcohol, so they can't come see you anymore. So the ripple effect of what it's going to feel like for people who had been in all the circles of everyone who still participates and partakes, but then those people don't anymore, is going to be something that's coming sooner than later in why people are going to be wanting attention from people that they never had attention from because other people are choosing to exit from their timeline because they're not drinking anymore or doing certain things. Right? So I'm putting it out there because it's a big timeline. It's so big that I can taste certain things, I can taste that need and that craving for alcohol, the deception behind the lying for alcohol, the blaming other people for doing things when the guilt of drinking so much, not even remembering, and then poking at other people. So that why and what the chaos is in the air. Hey Trippy, how's it going? I don't feel like reading out the book. I just read it yesterday. Yeah, Mew Mew, yeah. Lucky to have your garden. Feel so close to nature. Hi, Michelle Leakin and Free. How's it going, baby girl? Did you have a good sleep? How's the wake up going? Then Frenching it up today, Michelle, you would have like shivered monkeys everywhere. I've read like 2 French cards. I pulled 3. Relation. Your first and primary relationship is to yourself. The rest will evolve. Changement. Positif. Pavarotti. I'm probably saying that wrong. Excuse me. Changement. Cap. Change. Oh, I'm not going to hold up all the other stuff. I'm going to pull another French one since you got here. Since you're here. Michelle. Woo! That's double white horse. Oh my god, double white horse. I just said that. Wow, that's beautiful. Double white horses. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, are they going towards each other? Oh, I'm gonna matchmake again. This is my second matchmaker time. What did I matchmake the first time, guys? Oh yeah, the wolf and Demeter. I thought they go good together. Hey, big bad wolf. You lonely? Yeah, me too. I know, I'm cuddling the cards together. I don't think I've ever done that before. Double white horse. It kind of gives me shivers. I'm not going to say more about that or read it. That one's for you, Michelle. And the newness. The newness, look at the U and look at the Y it's for you. Do you see the baby blue? The denim? The color of that? Harness that, Michelle. The white, the horse, Nate. Feels that newness of flow with sweet release. All right, Michelle. My whole foot is asleep. Oh, there might be shamrocks on my socks. You know I'm fucking cold when I got like everything on. Like, wow. I even started with like a nice like shirt and everything, and I'm like, nope, too cold. Too cold. Boom. White horse sink. Just typed about a white horse and heathers, the white stallion statue in a nearby backyard. Yeah. Oh, nice, Michelle. Better now. Nate was crying for about 30 minutes straight. Popcorn and a Cliff Bar are soothing. Thanks for being with us, Mew Mew. Have a good day. Got a rain day today, Trippy? Right on. Dude, we had a 60-degree drop here. I don't know what the degrees were, but for us, like legit, what am I, like 10? We went from 30 to 20 to like, I think it's 10 or 11. It's sunny, but it's not. So you went to 80s to 30s. We were probably like right in that little thing. Like it's like cold. Oh my gosh. Eddie says, I could have swore I bought some roast beef, but it's not in the fridge. Did I out it somewhere rotting away, or did Mika sneak it? Haha. Is she like to sneak food? Does she eat food? The only thing that Bo actually enjoys of whatever is mayonnaise. He'll come lick that stuff like right off my finger. And he was eating fries. Was it yesterday? Amy made us stuff, and I put the mayonnaise, and then we're playing cards on the yoga mat. So I'm eating on this side as it's not my turn, putting the plate down, and he's going to my plate. So I'm like, yeah, not right now, because the last thing he was, I don't usually care what he's doing in my mayonnaise, except for the last thing he was doing before I was eating. Was licking his bum and purring. A lot. He was purring a lot as he was doing his stuff. So I'm like, dude, no, not right now. And then I would put the plate there. And then he would circle. And he was actually doing the thing where he was pretending he was going this way just to wait till I grabbed the cards so he could go in. And I was like, no means no. He was like, purring away, you give me my mayonnaise and leave me my stuff alone. I swear to God. Oh, little fucker. Eddie, she was eating my bacon yesterday until it had mayo on it. That's funny. See, my cat's the opposite. Won't touch the bacon, but I'll go for the mayo. Watch out, mama. Yeah, Michelle. Thanks for writing it out. Do you ever think nobody else could handle your life? I love you. I don't have it. My phone doesn't have storage again. The first thing, just yesterday when we managed to get grounded and we went out and about, Michelle, the first, I says to the girls, I was like, I know we're heading this way, but I just want to grab a coffee and whatever. And, so we pull, and there's a car in front, and with a big sticker, the autism awareness, but not for autism awareness for people to be aware people have autism, but for specifically what that child needs or what could happen, that the child has no concept of danger at all. So if ever the car was in an accident, the sticker was placed in different areas of the car. I thought that was one of the most beautiful, magical things to have right, on a vehicle, visual like that. And that's it. I had all the girls kind of look at it and imprint their mind with just what the sticker logo looks like. So it doesn't matter where they ever see, if it's that brand of a person of whatever company, whatever, those are the words. But if ever they see that shape of a sticker, that they don't have to take the time to know what it says, even if it says something a little bit different, just the boom. And putting the awareness into myself, because I had never seen that sticker before, and two 20-year-old, well, 20 and 18, and Lily Rose, that sticker is specifically meaning that there could be a child or an adult, you know, it's not said, but that has no concept of danger and specific stuff. Because there's so many stickers that are cute, right? So many things that are cute out there, and that's beautiful, but it's the same thing as what's the when people have on their wrist, if they have diabetes, for example, the names of the symbols and stuff. It's that same thing of like at some point, you know, like seeing these things on people, same as on a car, and not having to have the, oh, what is that? Or is that for an activity, or is that for that? No, they're just solid knowing, right? As cute as baby on board stickers are, and people think that that's, you know, like, oh, you know, she wants to show she's a mom. No, that shows that there could be a child on board, and, you know, if anything happens, that's what you look for first, everywhere, right? And just the awareness of that, I thought it was awesome. But the synchronicity of just exiting and just being, and that's just it. Yesterday, and I'm putting this out there because the vertigo that's going on, because the as above, so below, there's just so much coming through. Having the awareness of the synchronicities versus being out and about. My synchronicity flow and certain things coming through, and then the activations of just being out and about, driving, which already hikes up my downloads and how I receive. And the more I see, the more I flow. For real. So when I'm in a driving position of seeing the clouds and having every single thing in view, plain sight, and then amp that up with the syncs of stuff, I got to a point yesterday, where I actually ended up turning in circles, did a fucking loop. Medical alert bracelet. Thank you. I knew somebody would have the awareness of what that right word was. Medical alert. Yeah. So the importance of just the knowing really quick that that's the equivalent of important, right? It's not just a sticker for whatever. Yeah. So for myself, being in the high, everything's coming through, I have to limit what I can do, because it's not in my best interest, or like, I'd never put us in danger. Nothing yucky happened. In fact, the synchronicities were so high that it was, you know, amazing. But that as well is that there's so much as above, so below, in plain sight right now, that at one point what we were seeing was unidentifiable with human words or 3D knowing. And therefore what also was whatever the thing was enough to have me in a whole other, I actually lost my true north of understanding where I was going, and if I was almost there, or if I had passed it, or if I had to turn around again. Boom. Thank you, Michelle. Chris had one. He was allergic to penicillin. Yeah. Eddie says, welcome to Memorial Day weekend for those who celebrate it. Always saw it as the first day of summer, Music Fest when in Wisconsin. Is that this weekend for you guys? Because this was our May 2-4 last weekend. So I'm not aware of what Memorial dates are. Michelle said, just like what happened upon a 6-year-old boy in just a diaper in October running in traffic. Nate was 2 years old. Chased the little boy with Nate in the stroller, nonverbal. That was foreshadowing. Yeah. My life in 4 years. The mom had fallen asleep and the little guy got out of the house. I don't see it that way. No way. No way. No way. Wipe that out. Wipe that out, baby girl. That was the timeline that could have been. The reason that you were there with Nate was in order to not have those timelines come into fruition later. Okay? I love you, Michelle. I'm no joke. There's no fucking way in hell in 4 years you're going to be in the same position by yourself, having to be alert all the time. No matter what. No matter what. Maybe it won't be me, but your reality will not be of this self-sustaining vibration of figuring out how to fucking keep your shit together with no help. Me promise. I know how I can make it happen, and it's not about me making it happen. I won't. That timeline's not available for you guys anymore. It's not. Yeah, thanks for talking about that again, Michelle. May 2-4 weekend is the Friday before I rolled my car. So glad I survived. Yeah. All of it, though, Michelle. I get it. I know. All of it. The pivot of a certain reality anchoring in for the collective is a ripple effect for everything and everyone who feels an energy. So, yeah, Eddie says right around here, they celebrate Cinco de Mayo, May 5th, big day in America. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I love you, Michelle. Thank you. You okay, dude? Where you said earlier, do you ever feel like no one else could handle your life? One of the things I believe is that you're doing it with a grace that, again, if you didn't speak of it, no one would ever understand or know. And no one maybe ever could understand, but I know. And just the serenity that the echo of you has brought into my life, Michelle. I thank you for sharing that with me. Love you. Roots of Abundance, number 2. And that's what I was going to say, is that as much as that feeling, the control, that you have with choosing the reality that you have now, that is a mother And like, I'm not going to use sacrifice, but in an ultimate mother role, embodying it, right? A mother is a mother embodying unconditional love, and not just whomever, whoever, wherever, of any possibility, taking care of your own child. And I'm here to say, Michelle, all the lack of support you've ever had is one of the truest gifts that you have offered you and Nate and Josh and Nicholas. That is something that might never be honored for the women who choose to do it, and men, caregivers of children. But when we rewrite a script and we do things differently and on our own, no matter how frustrated you get with Nate, no matter how scared you get when he hits you, no matter if you've even slapped him back because you had to, you pushed away. No matter what, you spent 6 years re-imprinting all of what it means to be a mother in this society where we're not allowed to be this, right? We can't look at people and say, I just want to be a mom. The biggest joke when I worked, and I worked 80, 100, 180, like summers in a restaurant, that was big. I mean, I never made as much, even close to as much money for real, like anchored in, that was ours, even if it was my own restaurant. Well, I only stayed with my ex for 4 months when I had at the beginning, but whatever, I digress. Is that thing that I was never, no matter what, doing enough. Because if he took care of the kids as I was working, he was babysitting, and when I got home, everything else had to be done. So there was no honor of me doing more and, of anything, because there was still the rest. So the position of the mother in this society, when one person chooses to embody it 144% all in, and then that's it, is that you can look and search for things to actually help, because there are systems out there to help, but then how it takes to get in. Or the sacrifice of, if you had chosen, to have someone come into your reality and take care of Nate, so you could go do mom stuff, girl stuff, and you could pay yourself and say, me going to the spa, me's going to manifest, going to do all of these things like normal women do,
Mom?
And then leave your child in the care of someone else, and what the timelines of everything you've ever avoided, because only you know how much energy it takes to be with one child. Who would you actually entrust to turn around and say, I'm so safe right now, I can go anywhere? So that's why we hold on to certain timelines that seem crazy, that are hard on different levels, because we're doing something for the greater good in a way we haven't been taught. Because everybody in this society is taught, you do what you need to do and throw your kids wherever you can. People don't even research or know anybody. And you know what the worst and hardest thing is? I come from a background of small community, so I goddamn well know that everybody who ever taught my fucking kids, there's only a few of them that I would look them in the eye and thank them for everything they did for my children. And there's other people that I would still thank them, but I know darn well as well that, they did their best at the time, but gosh darn, if I could take all those years away and have done it different, I would. And that was a long rant, but
I did something.
it's for all of those doing little things differently as well.
I did something.
I know, I have a plug-in in my closet. We can live in my closet. It's bigger than the tent. Well, maybe not live in it, but I could definitely sleep in that closet. So it seems all options of forts are just not credible in her room, so the fort's in my closet now. But now she gets that there's an extension. There's like a plug-in in my closet. And it's cedar lined. I have a feeling I might get kicked out of my own closet. Oh, man. See, Michelle, he has so much self-control now. Thank God. Yeah. He holds back and he resists choking me. And if he's frustrated, he stops himself from grabbing my throat and just hugs and kisses me hard. That's a lot, Michelle. Thanks for sharing that. That's already a lot. At 6 years old? Beautiful. Thanks for sharing that. And only someone, you know, you can only grasp this if you understand. And that's the thing, is that and that's the thing, is in my reality here, I'm anchoring someone who is at the level of being very much older, very much bigger, and also has that awareness to go and fucking hit everything you can imagine except for a person. So you said timeline as a notification for a video called Timeline Change popped up on my phone. No joke. Yeah. Everything is like that, Michelle. At this point, there's only one sync of my stuff that's going on that you just haven't sent me randomly that syncs with everything. And it's like, huh, that's funny. And I'm not saying it because it's like, it's going to be ultimate when it shows up. Of, okay, this is why it took like 24 hours for this thing to come up. Like, whoa. The visual or how you're going to like say it to me, because it's just so flow. Be right back. You have to. Okay, Trippy. But everything's okay, Trippy. Thanks for writing that, Michelle. I can't even imagine trusting anyone with Nate. Nick never had a babysitter either. Just my sister watched him one time for 3 days when I came to visit Josh in 2003. Yeah. No. And that's the thing, is we're so wired as, like, someone will be listening to me say that and think like, wow, she never leaves her child. Certain things. And it's like, but where along the line were we programmed to leave our children? And when I say that, leave our children, Lily Rose is the most autonomous child I've ever known. What does that mean? Is that she's not one to look at strangers and want to leave with anybody, because she's very happy at home. So you'll have some kids who are like really amazing and they're so autonomous, they'll go anywhere. Right? But no, she has her discernment, she knows. But when she goes with somebody, it's because she feels safe and comfortable, and she's all in of feeling safe. And she's at 9 coming into the awareness. Like, I ask myself, why did she live the timelines of being bullied? Why? So she can use her discernment of, it feels good to be with these people, it feels bad to be with these people. So a lot of me was feeling like a lot of guilt for having put us into timelines where Lily was bullied. And then after I told about that, I was programmed and told you're just seeing the beginning. You're choosing a reality where you made her a freak, so now she'll be treated like a freak all her life. So this was the programming that I got from exterior. Realizing that no, because that's exactly not, that's someone else's thought pattern. Because I don't do everything the same way, she's a freak, so she'll be treated like one, is what I'm told. But it's the opposite, because she's treated with respect of, she's so cared for that she understands what it's like to be with people who are not fully present on a certain level. Right? And the discernment of someone who had never been bullied for real, like poked at a bit, but not for real, living it makes it that she's more aware of which timeline she wants to choose to be in. So the choice of wanting to be somewhere or not, the choice of I'd rather be alone for another 3 weeks than go play there and feel like shit. We're not here to bring forth a reality where our kids bring in the patterns that we did. So her choice of knowing it's better to not have somebody to play with for weeks, days, whatever at a time, than to play with a child that's going to hurt me in my head or physically, because that was beginning to happen too in the other reality where the bullying, right? So she had to live that enough to understand that it's just not worth saying yes to go play or playing and not leaving. You don't just stay just because you're there, just because I could drive 2 days for her to go play and she's playing, and if we're supposed to turn around, we turn around because it doesn't feel good. And that awareness is sunk in. Like, I always knew, but I didn't grasp it. And I really grasped it in the last weeks of how it doesn't matter if even being isolated longer in a way we've never known and having yucky stuff or whatever happen, that utter realization that I'm really not that lonely if it doesn't feel good to play with somebody or be with somebody who's not of the same frequency. Yeah, Mama's closet is better in every way. Cool clothes to booty. Yes, Michelle, it is. It is so much, Michelle. It's everything. He just turned 6 and he has this level of self-control already. So grateful. Yeah. And that's just it, is that I remember telling someone, I've never lived any timelines with physical stuff. All my stuff's really emotional. Like, the physical is very small. And I remember saying to someone, like, nothing in my life scared me physically, even if I thought I was scared at the time. I've fucking taken down men that are like double my size. No joke. Why? Because, like, just nobody expects little me to, like, fucking be the ninja, but I am. So, in self-defense ways, right? But not for fun. But nothing can compare to an angry child who you don't know if they're going to do something or not. I never had experiences in childhood with Amy or Samuel being very physical or angry at me. The biting things, certain things happen, but, nothing. But there came a time where, I'm this size and Amy's like almost whatever taller and very angry at me. And that feeling of, like, me looking at her and me telling her, I'm scared of you, like, stop, right? Because, and her kind of laughing and thinking, like, saying I would never hurt you, but coming at me, and the feeling of when her anger was so big that she scared me more than a grown man's anger, because I could cut a man down to size and fucking walk away, right? I could run and not fucking go back. if I had to. But it's not the same when it's your child. It's not the same at all, right? And that those timelines never came, ever came into fruition for us. I wasn't ultimately afraid of it enough to pull it in, and she's not a violent person, and that doesn't. It's not a part of our timelines ever. She never witnessed that, to have that imprinted, to do it back. She'd never been, so it's not a part of us. But in the moment, how it felt, and I remember, again, a lot of the times when I'm very honest about what's going on in my reality, I'm discredited. It's like it's stupid what I'm saying, but it's the truth. When you're little, when you're by yourself, when there's no man to come in between and say, like, stop being rude to your mom, go to your room, for years at a time, how somebody can, like, the dynamic for years was very, like, rock and roll. And how I couldn't just walk away, and then the witness of Lily Rose, watching and hearing all of that, no matter where she was. So, I appreciate you talking about it, Michelle. All our timelines are so different, and when we can just kind of feel it a little bit. Boom, House in the Rock. Boom, I just shared or has something about a house in a rock the other day. Oh, it's a town in Wisconsin. Michelle says, oh, it's so much, it's everything. He just turned 6 last month. Oh, I just read that. His self-control. Yeah, things have up-leveled so much. And I'm already, like, it is all. Like, even now I'm speaking, and what I would be saying would be aligning with people in the street of what I just said, and like, it's just, I don't question it anymore. And if it was to disappear for, like, even 10 minutes in my reality, I would notice everything I do is synced. So it doesn't matter how nothing makes sense. It doesn't matter even how I feel. Yesterday, I didn't even, physically, and just it is all gonna, like, work out somehow. If the syncs are in flow, they're in flow, man. Boom. I was just talking to Josh last night about Eddie Rabbit. Love a Rainy Night. One of the last songs I checked out before I came in here. You do that right now in your reality? Did I tell you I drive a Dodge Caravan for a cab company? I just drive autistic children to and from school, kindergarten to high school. No, Mina knows that. That is so cool. So Nate's with you at the time? A calliope. Whoa, that's a sync. It's like a merry-go-round with horses, but with all antique musical attachments. I haven't heard or seen that word written down in years, Eddie. Thank you. Michelle, only one child has scared the shit out of me. He was 6'4", exactly, and so aggressive. And he hit me once in the chest. Just an open hand, thank God, hit. And it hurt so much I cried. And he was chasing me around the van. Yeah. Did he come into awareness and, have the realization? Like, it's all real and good if people want to say, tell her I'm sorry, but did he have the aha and the look at you or the feel you moment? That sounds beautiful, Eddie. It's unlike anything you've ever seen. A collection, 3D surround sound as you walk through the place from all the different air actually. It instruments and percussion. I had Nick with me at that job. That was the only child I ever drove around that frightened me. Yeah. Okay, at the time with Nick. Yeah. I can imagine. And it's just a fact, right? Somebody's bigger to overpower you and could be. I get it, believe me. When Nick was little, when Nick was 4, we moved here. Yeah, all the rest were gentle. Exactly. And I would assume as well, Michelle, because all the rest of the kids were gentle, that's why, right? Was that more autism foreshadowing? I don't see foreshadowing, yeah. Preparing you for your timelines, yeah. Right? The more you had contact with anyone autistic, makes it that you're prepared in a way that other people would have never been. Some other people would have never survived the first 6 to 8 months, or what you're going through now. They would have been able to handle the little baby aspect, but not farther in because of not having the experiences. So I don't use the word foreshadowing a lot. I'll use like, I forget I'm trying to think of what I would use because now I've seen foreshadowing 3 times. So I mean, that's what I say about words, imprinting, being careful. I've seen the word 3 times, so that's the word I'm thinking of, but that's not how I speak. Predicting, basically. Like looking back, thinking about it, everything always prepared me, and I prepared myself to have the type of children that I have, right? I have manifested the children that I believed I would have, meaning just I didn't have any, I don't know, expectations, and they're just all doing what they need to do. Even Lily Rose, right, on a really higher self level. If that makes any sense at all. Yeah, preparation, foretelling, just enough of things syncing up of portending. Yeah, a portent of the future. That would make that word flows for me. A portent of the future. Yeah. So for myself, hi, brightest dawn. For myself, my portents of the future would be like on so many levels of exactly my having so much knowing and intimacy with autism timelines makes it that I'm able to just flow things without even thinking about it, that actually helps to soothe you fast and ground you and anchor you into the truth, right? Everything's okay and everything is pure in itself. Just like a lot of other timelines of my life, if I look with the bird's eye view, prepared me for exactly all that I'm able to witness. I've always been this type of person, but there's a truth inside of me of that's here for absolution for others. So it's real, that thing inside that is a vault. I have no it's like a soul can completely anchor in knowing that they're not going to be a book or a movie because I'm going to say all this stuff, because I never attached to it. Everything ever that I've been able to honor as witness is, is beyond words, and it's not my story, and therefore attracts that to me in ways that, again, is beyond words, and I don't want to. I share it openly, what I've witnessed, by re-witnessing and showing others how to witness at all times as part of my purpose. So, if that makes sense. Brightest Dawn. It's all good. You had to talk about the boy in preschool? Did I read that? Brightest Dawn. I'm trippy. Really? Brightest Dawn. I'm trippy. Trippy Sunless to Brightest Dawn. We went from Sunless to Brightest. Words of abundance. Being stabilizing by deep roots. Anchoring yourself and feeling secure in your life. Trust and belief in the abundance. Thanks for saying it, Trippy. 2 accounts. Love it. This card signals you to pay attention to how you are anchored in the story of your life. Trust that you will be taken care of. The world is full of limitless potential and will nourish you according to your beliefs regardless of temporary outer conditions. Life happens for you, not to you. Boom, sync. Was it Melissa that wrote this out earlier? I've been on for 3 hours and 2 minutes, so a while ago, but she had wrote that out. Even if you sometimes slip into that way of thinking, and exactly, it's okay to slip into that way of thinking. That's why sometimes either finding the way to vision quest your way through alone, or to ask, like, have someone hold space, speak it up so you can see it from a different perspective. When we are grounded and internally steadfast, nothing can uproot us. And it's okay to be like grounded and internally steadfast. And when we feel uprooted, that's the normal part of all the journey, right? Even the most solid oak people will be uprooted at some times. And, you know, they need witness as well. The message here is simple. Your life is safe and secure, and your intentions are coming into fruition. Note to self, if your life does not feel safe and secure, find at least one person to speak about what you're going through so it can be seen through new eyes to get you to that safe and secure feeling, right? All your hopes and dreams are firmly grounded and taking root so you can reach for the stars in your life. Expand your dreams further than you could even imagine. Everything in the material world is a reflection of your inner world. You are unstoppable and unshakable because you believe that you are abundant. If you find yourself in ungrounded thinking, now is the time for radical trust. Growth never follows a straight line. You will manifest what you need when you need it. That's important. That losing of faith, because if you sit there and change what you want and think you want, you can't change it anyways. All you did was open new timelines that you're going to have to deroot yourself from because you don't belong in them. And that's important. A tall, healthy tree does not need to hold on to the ground for dear life. It just knows it's not going to fly away with the wind because its roots are planted deep in the earth. Really? Brightest Dawn. Trippy says, I was literally talking about the same thing you was and didn't know you was talking about till I pulled your stream back up. Cool. Thanks for saying it. I believe we really are synced, so much so that yes. Hey, 1111 Awake and Aware, dropping in some love. How's it going? Thank you. Sup, homies? Sup, homies, indeed. Not much. We just sitting here for the last 3 hours and 555 babbling on. $14:15 Eastern Time. Just trying to see if there's anybody who has anything of what we were pulling through or saying it to like just add to it. And thanks for staying so much today, Eddie. Appreciate you. Feel ya? Good. Michelle, I love you, Rod. Am I allowed to say your name? I wasn't saying it. I was like being like, shh. No, say his name, say his name. It's hard sometimes, right? Because channel names and sometimes just, I'm not sure. So, if me loud, let me know. If me loud, let me know. I want to, yeah, what kind of rod? What kind of rod? Roger? I got a Roger next door. Yeah. 11. I've been through so much the last few days. Jeez. Thanks for sharing. Even just that, it doesn't need the stories unless you so choose and need to get anything out. Go ahead. But yeah, the accelerated pace. Lori Ladd. I posted her and shared her on Instagram, but I don't know how long she'll stay up in my thingy. But she has a video. It was yesterday. I forget the name of it, but and she's saying like how in like a span of 6 hours, you know, the job you went to, that all of a sudden like all these things and then boom, or just it's so fast. And on positive, and it's all positive because whether you want to see it as positive or not, it's like you, from the bigger perspective, no matter what's happening is positive right now because we chose it, right? And all that stuff. So even from my perspective, in the last 48 hours, so much stuff as above, so below, in a way that the ultimate, like, the ultimate ask and you shall receive of me saying, like, I want to know, like, right fuck now, why am I still here now? And the complete awareness of, like, I already knew, and I already had the, like, why I have been here, but, like, now, like, right fucking now, like, why can't we just fucking take off and go? Like, why? Right? And having it. And that's why when I started this stream, I said to Melissa, like, my goal today is to sustain a certain frequency of just like where I'm at. No matter what's coming through is what's needed right now. But I just, yeah, it's the thing. If I hadn't have been here, just everything. Rodney, all right on. Thank you for answering that. Road trip. It was such a cold morning, so I stayed laying in bed for longer than usual. Good. Enjoy. Now I'm ready to have fun in the sunlight. Yeah, me, the sun's all out too. Doesn't mean it's gonna be warm. And but I'm gonna get out and about. Michelle says, yeah, Rod, I know. I just wrote in the chat, do you ever think, my God, nobody else could handle my life? It really has ramped up for sure, eh? Are you able to make just the next best choice that feels good? Because at this point, one of the things that is my biggest anchor is just, even as I'm speaking, is this the way I want to speak? Is this who I want to put my attention to? Am I doing the best I can right now? And, that's it. Some things are so amped up and so untellable, past surreal, that, you know. Yeah. Proud proud of both of you. Thanks for being here with us today and checking in. 1111 Awake and Aware. Appreciate it. I did get the roast beef in the fridge, you mean? It was just buried. I'm not quite sure if it was buried in the yard, in the back, or if it was buried in the... Boom. Thanks for saying it, 1111. It is going that fast, and it is just this hardcore. I got fired from my job, have to have back surgery, and I gotta move. Boom. Thanks for sharing. That is just how some people is just so big, so fast. Do you have an order of a timeline that, you know, are you having the back surgery, then the move? Or move, then the back surgery? Regardless, do you have people to help you move? Because that's the ick in between. If you're back right already, that's where the ick is, right? Fired from the job, that gets over it. You got something else waiting for you that's even better. That's that part, whatever. That you gotta move, okay, gotta move. But the back surgery of whether you have it, you can't move any of that stuff. You can't move any of that stuff. And you can, but then you're putting yourself into more pain or more of a different position. So I wish for you, fucking people who move shit whenever timeline you need it. I swear to God, Michelle, you're going to blow me away. Now I'm craving roast beef and white horseradish. See what I did there? I do. I don't even know how you do, but you did it. 1111. I love roast beef and horseradish. Oh my God. Now I'm craving like the specific Philly cheesesteak sandwich, to be honest. Yeah, I see what you did there with the white horse. I don't know how you like double white horses. Thanks, Brightest Dawn. Exactly. We are connected. I have a lot of people connected, and most have no idea of our connection. If they're in my company, I do more for them than I ever will tell them. Exactly. It's so multi-layered that, and that utter realization of like, oh, whoa, of exactly, do more in somebody's company than ever anybody could imagine since a lot of time. My energy is a free flow in and out. Same. That's what is asked of me, and that's what feels good, and that's what's pure. So I don't get to cut it off and just say like, my ego really doesn't like certain things. I'm not going to ever put myself into that. And if anything, it's the opposite. Give me the shit nobody else wants. I'll put myself in it in the way that I'm meant to. And that's that. Especially, you know, the more I'm aware, the more I don't care who's lying to me. Me not fucking care. If somebody needs that, putting myself into certain things, allowing myself in order to, one of the things I've noticed as well is in order to rewire and re-imprint somebody who just says things and isn't naturally honest, one of the best ways to help rewire somebody is to not pay attention to the lying. So instead of telling somebody you're lying to me, not saying it at all, putting zero awareness, having a boundary that puts it that can't even be done again, but not blaming, shaming, or even putting an awareness makes it that the awareness is even bigger for the person. So what does that mean? When the person has been used to being called out and they're not being called out, and then there's nothing that happens, but they still know they did that. But then there's no reaction, but there's no more action or attention either, right? There's no more action or reaction. So I'm sorry, I don't want to say examples. It's just as simple as it doesn't matter what it is. So if somebody says like, I don't know, I didn't text you back because I was busy and I never saw your message, but you know they saw it, it's okay. You can choose to say that all the time. You didn't see it. Some people don't see it. Some people do, and they're not going to focus attention. But that there was that interjected that somebody felt they needed to say when that part wasn't true is, it's little things like, did you bring my change back? No, there was no change, but there was change. Little things in family dynamics that we don't call out as a parent, and especially when we have like 3 or 4 and having all the stuff going on at the same time, choosing to completely not focus anything in some spots that there was so much focus before that now there isn't, so the actions aren't even being perpetuated anymore because there's zero focus on it. Does that make sense? Yeah. Awake and aware. Getting fired was a blessing. Thanks for saying it. Some people, it is exactly, and that's the thing is that for some people's timelines, we weren't supposed to have, like you weren't meant to play the part to go in and quit. Someone else is supposed to use their position in order to use whatever it is. And that's the thing is where we're at right now is that on some level things are being rewired in different ways. So whoever's parts to play in those things is, the full circle of what every role that needs to be played. So for yourself, it's one of those things where we all have our timelines and when we're in resistance. So someone's timeline, it's important in their journey, in their path to play the role of firing somebody. I've done it so many times that I'm a master at it. I'm a master at firing somebody and that they actually exit the room on a certain way and in shock, but she's never been so fired so kindly. Right? So I'll give you an example. This one time when I had my restaurant, I had a 19-year-old who worked for me. He was fucking awesome. He's fucking amazing. He's fucking amazing. He was like my right-hand dude. And then one day he wasn't. Oh my God. One day he wasn't. And when I walked into the restaurant and my right-hand dude had become like, what the fuck? And I cried. I cried because what wasn't done. I cried because his energy wasn't with me anymore. And it's okay. Would you want to be a right-hand dude to the well, he did. He loved it. He still, anyways. Would you want to be the right-hand dude making only a certain amount of minimum wage? Or would you want to be working at the factory making the fucking money? Because, do you want the boat? Do you want the truck? You want the stuff? You're 19, man. And so he came in to work and I was like, you're fired. You don't need to be here. And he was like, what? And I was like, well, you're fired. You did everything so shitty. I never want you here again. This, and this. And you're done. He's like, what? I was like, well, I really love you. Like, you're awesome. You actually hate it here now, so you're not putting in effort. I'm not walking in here crying again, ever, so I'm going to do everything myself. Because what I need you to do is get yourself the fuck out of my timeline because you want to work there. And the faster that I put you into the reality, meanwhile, I'm not saying these words, but this is how I'm speaking for real. Tempo so, you're not doing any good, and this is where you really want. And that's the thing is that by really putting up against the wall, if you don't get to just pussyfoot, come work for me because it's fun, it's awesome, but you're not making enough, it's not where you want to be, I'm getting you the fuck out of Dodge so you have no choice to go push them and see, do you need me anymore or blah, 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 blah. And that's just it. I pushed him into his reality so fast, I forget if it was a week or so later that he came to me and said, did you know they were going to call? Like, did you know it was going to be? No. But I gave you no option of, you knew you weren't getting a paycheck so fucking fast that your other timeline had to come in. And I remember when he left, he was shy. He was like, you fired me. Like, everybody's going to know. And I was like, everybody's not going to know. I'm going to tell the truth. You were being a dick. You know, you weren't doing the work and you're gone. How you want to use that and what you want to make. You're not a victim. I was like, he's like, I'll never be able to come here again. I was like, what are you talking about? I'm the only restaurant in town. Everybody comes here. You're going to be here in a week. And I'm going to have your favorite burger out for you just like the way I did before. You worked for me. I said, the only difference is if I want you to fucking go get me a bag of potatoes, I'll ask you, could you go get me a bag of potatoes? Instead of going to get it myself. Because you fucking owe me one from being such a dick and leaving me hanging. That's the truth. You know, like, what was I supposed to do? Keep him on for days and weeks on end? Tell every other employee how I couldn't fucking stand his fucking little ass? No. You know? Just do it. But that's the thing. In other people's reality, they've worked with people all their life and they've never been able to fire somebody in a way that makes them feel good. That's the truth. It doesn't matter what the reason is. There's reasons and that's it. And where there's no fucking reason except for if higher selves could talk to each other when they're changing jobs, it would be like, I'm on my way to that, but I'm going to make up this story as I go along. No. When we know we're not in the same frequency, we're going to be somewhere else no matter what. How and what the stories are throughout can be pretty fun. Right? I had a girl who I hired and she was so like snooty and stuff. Like we couldn't work with her. It wasn't funny. Nobody liked being with her. We had a perfect team and when she was there, it didn't work. Was I supposed to keep her and have the whole team bitch all the time, not know what to say, not know, and then we become bullies to her? And no. I brought her into the office and I said, like, this amount of time you've been here, it's really not working out. And she's like, what? You can't fire me. I know how to do everything. And I was like, I know. I'll never give you like I said, I'll never say anything bad about you. It's not working. I'll say bad things about you. Rah, 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 rah. Walked out of the office fucking crying and slamming everything and making a drama while everybody was looking at her going like, she's gonna talk. Who's she gonna tell? Everybody in the fucking crowd wants to come work here. We tried her. She don't do good. Go. I don't think liars lie because they have nothing interesting to say that hold no value of self. Better story, liar, liar by choice. I think some people just have been so ingrained. They don't know how to speak. They don't know how to speak. And that's the timeline that I had last year with more than one masculine on very elevated levels. Like, not intimacy, but just very intimate. Not intimate, but very high level of allowing myself to be in the reality of certain masculine in a consistent way, saying, you can't talk to me like that. You can't talk to me like that. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. But keep it up. I don't care. You can talk to anybody in the whole world like that. Don't talk to me like that. All these things, constantly, imprinting. And to anyone individually, but specific major timelines where I had clicks of knowing there's a soul contract here and it don't matter what happens in between, just all the things that basically the way it is with the way certain things of my life is and certain soul contracts is I actually have the check. Okay, this part's done. You got another like whatever amount of, on a certain level when I see it from the higher perspective. And then I'll sink back into my like, what the fuck am I doing here, guys? I don't want to be here. But then when I'm from higher up and it's like click, these are all the things and exactly why I have been put into certain things, so many places to ripple effect that. Yeah, I know. I can feel it, Rod. I really can. I was killing myself at work and they knew it. I was let go with love for sure. Good. Oh, good. Good. Oh, good. Thanks for saying that, Rod. I was killing myself at work and they knew it, and I was let go with love for sure. I think my boss was like, I've never seen anyone so grateful to be fired. And guess what? When we're good and when we actually like are putting forth, right, our real true energy, but it's killing us, it's not good for us. Divine intervention will make it happen in order for it to happen without you having to feel like I'm letting certain things, right? So for myself, I'll give an example of a timeline. In 2011, I was pregnant with Lily Rose and I was working at Temagami Shores. And that was my life. I lived there. I managed, and we had sustained plans for the future of what the motel was going to do for, instead of keeping it just the Temagami Shores Inn and Resort, the conference room was going to become the mecca for what I was beginning in 2011 of, I shall build it and they will come. No, me not going to build it. Right? Somebody else was building it for me. I had the whole resort. I had the whole kit under my, if you build it, they will come. Mama Bear was already manifesting this, which, and then boom, I met Chris and he became a part of my timelines. So I didn't really want to live on site anymore. And boom, me meeting Chris, making it that I didn't live on site anymore. Made it that my boss said, I need to talk to you. And I think it was November. And he's like, I never thought it would actually happen because it's really hard to sell something big, especially in the north, and have a full circle deal come through that's for the greater good of everybody. But I actually sold the business. And I was like, whoa. So my year of a timeline of, I'm this live-in person that's a boss of everything and that had planned was going to keep this up with Lily Rose no matter what, right? This is what I've chosen because I've been not only, I don't have to build it and they will come. It's already built for me and they will come. So I've already had the structures I thought I had for years, different layers of like this YouTube platform, but instead in reality, that's how long I've been building towards Tribe and having people come. But yeah, so everything changed where my reality pivoted into going from so much responsibility. We're talking mega employees, restaurant, like everything. What a motel, hotel with cottages, like whole land, all that responsibility gone. And then boom, I could just be a mom. Because not only did I have myself and Chris, Amy, but Haley and Ethan, and then Samuel, who mostly stayed at his dad's. That's where he really solidified the choice of being with his dad more. Because it wasn't just possible for him to be back and forth and have access to everything he needed at his dad's. So he would come and hang out, but he was bored as fuck because the kids didn't do what he did, and he was used to being in the garage, going fishing, going hunting, doing stuff. So coming for a weekend to fucking sit around and do a couple little things when everything was at his dad's made it that he stayed in the timelines he needed to grow into the man he needed to be, to have all the equipment in order to be the heavy equipment mechanic he is now. So within the timelines of how things restructured so fast then, his choosing, to not be structured of a certain way made it that the full circle of how and why. If he had made the choice of different things, he wouldn't have access to the same things. He wouldn't be the same man he is today. And then the rewiring of how fast it is. There are people that I've witnessed go from having no clue of what was going on in their life to having an operation, changing jobs, being in a new job, and being in a move across country in the last 6 months. So when I say things, when I warn, me not just saying this to like freak people out of like, she's so pushy, she wants people to, no, just be aware of the knowing it could come for you, or the knowing of, or the reflection of how it could be. Sometimes being me saying stuff out loud of other people's timelines is their way of knowing exactly what's best for them and in a given time, right? So important. Yeah, thanks, Michelle. There are so many jobs that they do suck the life out of our physical body, and they're not for the greater good anymore. So something that once worked and was so like, just this is it, it's fine and it's perfect, can become, and I know because I've lived it, where I had the perfect situation where I lived, played, and worked where I was, manifested a reality to live on a resort in a big fucking house and to be the go-to girl to do certain things. So mostly cleaning, light repairs of certain like little things, and then artistry, just random artwork. But it didn't matter if I wasn't needed even 40 hours a week. But sometimes for 20 hours in the moments where I was asked, with the products that was asked of me, it was killing me. It was hurting me. It was making my body sick. Because we weren't well equipped with certain things, I was throwing my shoulder out, or my shoulder gimped, or my wrist gimped, like all the time. Because the way I was lugging stuff around that, like just shouldn't be even, you already when you're cleaning are up and down and doing stuff all the time, moving furniture and everything. Like the most physical job ever is to go into a cottage that has 3 bedrooms, 6 beds, and you got 2 hours to clean it. Like, right? And we're talking like everything gets moved. You don't just, this is the type of place where when I'm done, no matter who's with me, it don't matter if somebody wants to choose to move the television set, there's nothing under there. Nothing. Right? There was nothing I could do or say. Like, holy fuck, I was being brought and asked to clean stuff sometimes that should have had a fucking hazmat suit and a repo fucking whatever people. Not just somebody with no gloves and no mask and no anything. And when I started to say, like, if I could make the products, like right now, go green. If I can use essential oils and use whatever I want, whatever I need, I can keep this up and I could do double. I could do triple. But I cannot keep using this shit. And what I was told is, well, the inventory's already bought. We'll just use what we have. And then we'll transition into green. Okay. And the biggest thing happened for me is when I was physically saying I'm sick. I was physically saying I have my period and I'm bleeding. You're not giving me time to go change my pad. And then I got physically yelled at for not being fast enough in the most degrading way that me never been treated like that, or never treated anybody like that in my whole life. To the point where it was like a horror movie Cinderella scene of me like was on my knees because I happened to be on my knees cleaning when I got told stuff. And when that person left, there was actually a customer sitting behind a tree that she hadn't seen. And she heard me put the bagpipes on, fucking crying my eyes out as I put the bagpipes on. And I know I only have 3 more things to do, even if I've just been yelled at, 47 years old. And I put the bagpipes on to fucking survive, even just finishing what I need to finish. And as I shut the bagpipes off and I got all my stuff and I'm walking out the door, there's a lady at the picnic table looking at me saying, that was my wedding song with my husband. Thanks for playing the bagpipes. and pretending she had not heard or seen anything else because she knew that there was no fucking way I could handle her saying anything to me. She knew what she witnessed. And in my reality, that's inconsequential to someone that happened to me, but her witness was enough for me to know. Like, I looked at her, I was like, oh, I'm done. Like, it's going to take me a bit to like eject myself from this situation, life, but I looked at her, I was like, I'm done. And she's like, yeah, you are. You're done. You're done. And what people choose to do, how people choose to treat people, what people say you have to do this, and then. And that's the thing. Somebody wants to say like, oh yeah, you go fucking walk out. I did walk out in the steps I could. But me walking out that day, not leaving that person who needed her cottage, and like I walked out in the progressive way that I could, that was best for everybody, because I was intermingled then, working, living in a house, same boss, same landlord, same everything, right? So what was paradise, no matter how amazing it was, became fucking hell on earth, even if the beach stayed there. Me didn't, right? Jane, that's such a sink. Hey, Michael Joshua Lewis, how's it going? 2 hours till sunrise? Colorado, New Mexico. You guys are getting to know each other right on. Yeah, Eddie. I've come to the point where I'll never allow myself to get into that position again when it comes to others trying to overpower me or my natures. I as well. And that's the thing, is that for myself, in the timelines that I'm offered and what I do, I do eject myself from the reality of anything that's not for the greater good. And that was the thing of like having found a good job in 2019 to 2021, and then the stuff that was asked of me that was completely against everything that I had signed a contract for. I was doing things, taking care of kids, and in the way that I was, that it just, like, there's things even right now that, just so fucking fucked up. And it's not bad or illegal or, I never hurt any kids, but no, I wasn't supposed to have other people in the house. And then being told, oh, somebody's coming to fix the bathroom, and, and it's like, me is like, but I don't want somebody else fucking coming in the house. I already got fucking 4 kids, and like, but he needs to come, like, now. Oh, okay, fine. Or being told, like, other things, like, little things, like, I was put into a situation that's so fucking porn. Like the fucking typical fucking porn situation of the fucking nanny and the boyfriend, that it was disgusting. You know what I mean? It was disgusting. Of the knowing that, that's what's going to happen, not on my end, but through somebody else's reality of, you put a man in a fucking position where his fucking partner is not even his partner, and very rude to him, and then put him with a nanny who's fucking sweet as balls. What do you think happens by the end? It's not fucking cool. And it was just like so surreal of the things, and it was all okay through the system. When I said I want to do a write-up, right? I'm working through the system. I'm contractor, I want to write this up. The system didn't want any of my fucking write-up. And when she said to me, she offered me my own fucking daycare. I was like, no, I don't want my own daycare. I could have made even more than I was making. When I say I've been offered everything on a silver platter, I have. But to what cost? I was already working a job where I asked to do a write-up, and then I wasn't allowed, and it wasn't even in my own home. Can you imagine the position I could have put me and Lily Rose in by being a daycare in my own home, where I was already working for somebody through the government system who won't protect and say, because I was saying, like, this is past anything I've ever known, and things need to be written up so that somebody else coming into this reality sees this, because I wasn't aware, and and you know, so when you see, and it's better to be in a lack of abundance, timelines, and certain things, and not be a part of something that, you know, goes against a lot of stuff. Exactly. Exactly. That's how I roll, Rod, in the sense that if you got a job, you landed somewhere, and the boss talked crazy to you, like, it doesn't matter even if you're 18 years old, any age. If you're being disrespected, walk away, because walking away will either get the person to realize, whoa, I can't do this, or good, let him go, because why would you stay? I said, don't talk to me like that ever again, and he did, so I said, fuck you, and I walked away. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not there to say porn is pure evil, but porn is a program, and what the stories of porn are, when you're somebody who looks like me and you're standing somewhere, what's projected because of all the porn programming is really big. So just saying to somebody, I'm a nanny versus I'm a caregiver can implicate different things, right? Just saying to somebody, I clean houses versus I'm a maid, you know, because you just saw the equipment, the suit, you just saw it all by me saying, right? And it's not in a bad way, but so how people are perceived. So I've been told before, you know, one of the things that I stood by, and I didn't care who it was. My boss, Darren, it was like, I don't care who it is, and I don't care what the reason is. I will not clean. I won't clean in front of people. I won't. I don't care if somebody's lied up in fucking bed and what the excuse is or what the thing is, unless I know the person, and then you could, you know, ask me and say, and then I even offer, can I do this for someone? That's a whole other level, but I'm not somebody's fucking mate monkey gonna go do stuff while somebody's sitting on their fucking couch saying, and you know, not because I'm scared of them telling me, I hate nobody's fucking entertainment. And I was cleaning a house once, and it was so clear that it was known. And I was cleaning a house once, actually just around the fucking corner, just to think about it, and for movie people. And when the director, I don't know what fucking movie, I don't care, I never looked at the fucking scripts, even if they were lying everywhere. When he came home and he knew I was there, he knocked on the door before he unlocked it. He unlocked the door and he said, it's just me. I'm so sorry. I know I'm not supposed to be here, but I forgot my wallet. And I was like, oh, cool. Well, right on. Come get it. And, you know, we had a chit chat, and he realized I wasn't going to bite his fucking head off. But he had been told, don't fucking go home when she's there, because she's there to do what you need, but she don't want to meet you. She want to be with you. You know what I mean? Like, she ain't your fucking circus and monkey. Good. I won't stay in any low vibe energy. Low vibe can still be high frequency too, though. How does that make sense? Just because things are really shitty that's happening, some stuff's yucky that is happening all around, but we're in a high frequency going through it all together, right? So sometimes people think if I talk about a certain thing, I'm going to bring the stream down because it's of a low vibe. No, it's the truth, because it's how you feel. So that's a high frequency. You're saying exactly how you feel. It's authentic. So it doesn't bring the vibe down. It actually elevates it, right? So the more we talk about true stuff, which on one level is considered low vibe, but it's not, because if it's true, it's good. and it needs to get out. It elevates the frequency for the one allowing and everyone who chooses to witness. I think porn can be fun and healthy in a positive, open relationship. But I've seen people become so addicted, it's like, what the fuck, dude? So that's what I meant. Yeah. Thanks for writing it out, because it's something that's really prevalent. It's part of the MK. It's part of everything. And exactly, for myself, I know that one time, first of all, I've never had a man who can really speak of certain things sexually and then, be open. So... and I personally don't enjoy just watching, it's not a part of my timelines and stuff. But at one point in my reality, when I was with my ex, the girls, they put up a picture of Justin Bieber without a t-shirt, right? And my ex came home and he saw that and he ripped them a new asshole. I forget if he actually ripped it off the wall, but he was angry. He was very angry that the girls had put up Justin Bieber without a shirt. And I'm like, what? And he was pissed and that's not gonna be here. And I was like, excuse me? And at one point he finally finished, and I looked at it, I was like, well, you're a fucking asshole. And he's like, what do you mean? It's like, your little shed there that you call the garage, I've been with you since whatever, and you got a chick with her fucking ass. She's got a great ass. You got a chick with her fucking ass on your calendar right when we walk in the door. So me, my daughter, and your daughter, your son, and anybody who walks in there sees that ass. And he's like, oh my God, I forgot that ass was there. I've never even flipped the calendar. And I was like, I know. And that's beautiful in itself. Since you've been with me, you never bothered to flip it. But it's still there. Well, yeah, but I never even thought it bothered you. I was like, well, obviously it didn't. I never really talked about it until today, because it is what it is. But you've never really talked about it until today, because you can have that poster there, but you've never flipped her in front of me, never put any attention, and you actually forgot she was there. I get all that. But can you grasp that the girls love Justin Bieber and he's just a guy without a fucking shirt on, where you have a literal ass sticking out when we go into your thing and it's right at eye level? And he was trying to pitter-patter his way out of that and is saying, nah. And meanwhile, it's like butthole and everything, guys. You know what I mean? Like, it's a fucking picture of an ass. And I looked at him and I was like, well, I'm at this point. I don't mind your ass there. I never said anything. And I definitely don't mind Justin Bieber's thing. But I would really love to put my fucking bathing suit on and you take a picture of me so I can go put my ass on Facebook right now as my cover picture. And that's the thing. All of that talking was like so radical to him. And it was one of the things that it didn't matter what my awareness was, what everybody needed in the family, and who, within the dynamic of who he wasn't able to progress into certain things of women's bodies and masculine bodies. So it was another big factor of, exiting certain timelines. If certain things can't be talked about, like, I'm so, like, you know what I mean? Like, at one point, if you can't, but it's so important. And when people can't even admit and talk about the fact that they're actually doing or looking at something, right? So for myself, I don't watch porn. I don't even watch a regular music video. I really am careful with what I look at. But I have artists who are walking art in action of temples who are, have different levels of layers of not having many clothes on because they're belly dancers or yoga, right? And need for any masculine that would ever be in my timelines to be able to look at those women and feel empowered and beautiful, and that it's not a fucking shocking thing. And the same with the mastery of the men that I choose as the temples of what they do as an artistry for their movement and their flow, to be able to look at that as well. So you'll see when you're on my Instagram, I share both randomly. Or in my playlists, I'll have masculine belly dancer as well as the feminine, because I need them both. And none of it has to do with sexuality or even eye candy to me. It has to do with the teaching or the empowerment of people who are in the dynamic of showing themselves and being art in action. Like, for real. Like, it's important to me, and to support people who do that, and how hard it is, right? So for everybody who thinks one person is beautiful doing a great thing, many other people are telling them other things, and it's not pretty. And so, but that empowerment, if I can't speak of certain things now, I already know. If I can't speak of, like, masculine and feminine bodies on some level, it's so different frequency than me that it's not even worth a conversation on another level. Because, right? Yeah. Hey, Anita. Your dad was like that too? I said pitter patter earlier in the stream. Hey, Treespy, how's it going? Hey, little G. How are you, sweetie? All the pretty ladies. All the pretty ladies. Oh, my little Trinity. Treespy. Oh, shit, what did I do? Treespy, Michelle, I'm free, and Anita. How you doing? Yeah. I was raised in a way that I didn't see certain things as yucky or not yucky, because I felt that my dad had a clean view of women. So it didn't, you know what I mean? Like, we grew up watching Hee Haw and boob stuff and talking about boobs and not being worried about boobs. And the only person who ever disempowered me or made me feel uncomfortable was feminine of my body, not my dad. Like, he wasn't creepy about boobs, but he could talk about them openly, even now, right?
I painted my clipboard. I want to say you. Ta-da. Yeah.
And that's gold in them there
Not
hills
brown.
up there. You ever gonna get changed, or?
No, pajama day.
It's pajama day?
Yeah.
It's Friday. 11:11. It's all about honesty, period. When you can be open and honest, it changes things. It's just that finding another person that resonates with that frequency. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing, though, is people have been taught to, hey, we're going to meet, we're going to fall in love, and we're going to have no clue about anything. But if you can't talk about, right, certain things, but you want to do them. So I have, like, solid stuff now that is, like, ultimate testing patterns or testing things. Like, if you can't talk about certain things, that you can't want that thing. You know what I mean? Like, so you don't get to, like, fucking, fantasize about certain things if you're not even in awareness to fucking talk about it. The bypass of, like, it's all about the body. It has nothing to do with the body to even be friends on a masculine and feminine, right? So my thing is, I always say, like, to a masculine, I want to be my friend. Can't you just see me as a dude? Right? Why not? Right? You can't see me as more, because that won't ever happen anyways, right? So can't talk about something, then you can't even enter into it. So if you can't talk about even what the limits are to a friendship, why would you want to be in it? Because we're coming from a matrix perspective where people's really goal of having a friend is to find a person to cuddle with, right? So, and that's from like a 3D to the 5D. I don't give a shit, how many fucking brothers and sisters I got. We are not going to be in cuddle balls, guys. And I don't care who, you know what I mean? I've said this for years. I'm not the fucking kumbaya fucking love train. I'm not gonna be in the middle of a fucking love train getting a fucking massage with 10 other fucking people behind me or in front. Anywhere. That's it. And that's not going to change. And if it ever does, believe me, the fucking train is not gonna be that long, and you fucking, I just can't even imagine. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many like imagery or images of like what a perfect like heaven on earth is, and heaven on earth has nothing to do with a bunch of fucking people eating grapes half naked, fucking like all being in the same room and wanting to do stuff. Like, that's just stuff to me, right? But it's important. You got it? The meridian? Thanks for saying it. I was in such a flow. Melissa T, she sent me a PayPal yesterday, and she sent me an email, and I couldn't do so many things, but in the moment, wherever I had inspiration of what to do, I did it as fast as I could. So the Ballroom Thieves are like, top, and I had mentioned to someone, so they were in my reality. I was listening to them, and then the Meridian song came on. And yesterday, Trace B, like, you saved my ass. Like, literally, at one point, I lost my true north, and I was like, fucking circling in the car. Not just in, like, right? Not just in my head. But I'm driving, and I forgot where I was, and then I thought I passed it, and I didn't, and anyways. But the song that came on to save my fucking, like, it was 100 Meridian by The Tragically Hip, and I had just said to you that the song. So when I got home, and I was finally anchored in, the Meridian song came on, and so I sent it to you for being a part of my syncs to help me when I was like, ah! And then that song came on, so I sent it to you. Aw, Michelle, right on. See, what a sync. I was going to say it feels like a pajama party about an hour ago, but I didn't. Thanks, Lily. My little niece was just syncing with Auntie. Yeah. I'm half in, like, what looks like pajamas anyways. There's socks on me, which is weird at this time, and then Hawaiian pants. Yeah, the Meridian. Yeah. Yeah. 11:11. I can shock people. It's like that thing, though. It's like, if you can't talk about it, but you want to put your mouth on it, that don't make sense to me. I'm so past the reality of, like, what, like, fucking temptation of, like, kissing somebody before, like, other stuff, like, is so, like, doesn't even make sense to me. That really, I'm like, there's no such thing as romantic about me, because whatever's been programmed to be thought as romance is, like, not what I consider romantic at all, right? What the fuck? The grasping of, how to rewrite the scripts of what's even empowering to be a part of, right? See, because when I see the word romantic, every single thing that's ever been programmed of romance is what is the connotation of that word. So what I consider romantic has nothing to do with anything anyone else or all the stuff. It's like so fucking far off that, like, what do you mean? That's the most fucking romantic. Oh my God, that is like the most, right? It's so opposite. And it doesn't make sense what is considered romantic. It's stupid now it's like a program. Is not fucking romantic to fucking think to, like, put flowers beside a fucking bathtub. Could be a part of a routine, could be a treat for somebody, but that's not fucking romance. That's fucking something you've been told, that if you think you're in trouble, or if you think you want to suck up, or if you think you want to get laid, you're gonna fucking pour a bath and get flowers. It doesn't even make sense, right? Why the fuck would you buy somebody flowers on the exact day that the whole world does? You can pick a dandelion on the way in the door and be way more romantic, right? The other stuff doesn't make sense. It's part of the programs. So, yeah. Nita, I don't like being touched by just anyone. It's not that I don't like it, it's just not even possible, right? It's just not even possible. If my skin, my body, does not need to have an exchange of touch, then why would I flow it to anybody for any reason at all? Right? Because you meet somebody, you just naturally shake hands? No. Do you? Just because you're told you should? I don't know. Right? Any type of interaction. Like the way that sometimes I've felt it, and I know, like somebody hands me my coffee with the intent of touching my hand, and in the good way, right? And then that little tiny bit was huge. Or just, but I don't believe in the body contact the way we've been programmed, or the way we think anything. Like nothing is politically correct to me that a child or an adult should touch anybody unless they want. Thank you for saying it, Anita. My son hates being touched. Yeah. Lily Rose, it's not that she hates being touched. She likes being touched when she wants, and she's ticklish. So it doesn't, it's whenever. So. You say my son hates being touched. Must have got it from me. But that's the thing, Anita, is I'm so sensitive, I don't have to touch anybody, and nobody has to touch me for me to already feel it. Right? So already, by being on here, it's 15:11, when we're on here and people say, like, group hugs, I don't always enter just that group hug. Why? Because we're giving a group hug, and I don't want to be in it. You know what I mean? Like, it's there. It's there. So if I'm saying to Angie, wrap yourself in my hair, you're allowed, you have my consent, it's real to me. So if I've been living for years off my imagination of who I'm synced with and what feels good, I've been living for years about manifesting my avatar, my body, and what it needs to self-sustain, and I don't have touch. And I'm sorry, it doesn't matter what people say. You can't just choose a massage therapist or Reiki master or all these people and just go fucking pay for a service. Well, you can, but I cannot. So I've also mastered what I ask for my body when I lie down and ask. I forget this all the time. But last night it was like I lied down and all I asked for was like, I want to wake up as if I've been massaged from head to toe over and over until I wake up as if I felt like I've been massaged from head to toe over and over. And that's it. At one point, as I was falling asleep, like I swear I could feel it under my feet, and I literally said, that's too hard. And and then other stuff that was passing through, and I was just saying, like, but because I can only sit there and twist my arms around and massage my own self so much, and guess what? It doesn't really feel that good. So allowing the free flow, going to bed, and getting it that way. And I haven't felt so recharged, especially for how I felt yesterday, of allowing myself to ask for it. Ask and you shall receive. Anita, I want to thank you for writing that. It's very important. Maybe my last boyfriend ruined me to liking touch. He would never stop touching me. I'm going to put out from what you said there. I started to do yoga for myself. I've never done it in a place, and that's not my intent, because even places, if I can find, you know what I mean? Like, that's not what it's about. I started doing yoga for myself in 2009. I entered in a short dating type, whatever type of relationship in that timeline. And I learned then that I was fucked. If I bent over, that was whatever. And so with the ripple effect and just go, that never worked. But I've only had a certain amount of people I've been with since, but it was clear net. I know myself. I know I need yoga. I don't even use, I stretch. I stretch at all times. You should see how I am, right? And I won't tolerate being touched every time I bend over and whatever the ways I said it. Well, guess what? I was still just a fucking stick of meat no matter what. I wasn't even allowed to go into the other room and bend over on a certain level when I was with my ex, right? And it was all about, all the butt, all right? So it was just like being emancipated in my own house of like, if I get up to stretch, then it's a thing. Or waiting, my life was waiting till he was asleep, right? So my ex was a functional alcoholic. He'd be asleep asleep on the couch by a certain time, then I was able to move if I so chose. And that's one of the things now is like, even in, sometimes we'll be in chats in the community channels, for example, and the comments that men will make, and there's not even anybody visually bending over of certain things, and it's just like, wow, we're never going to get to the point where we can just bend over and do stuff and feel comfortable if even people who say they're woke and they understand a body's just an avatar are not even there for real. It's scary. It is, in a way. I was at the grocery store the other day, and all I wanted was to stick my foot up on my cart and bend, and I'm like, oh man, this is not the place or the time, right? But just, it's there. Yeah, it gets to the point, Anita, where it's so uncomfortable that I was for years not moving after, because of how it felt to be touched, even if there's nobody there. You know what I mean? Or moving the same way. So, yeah. And that's the thing, is that a lot of us never had the intimacy of touch without sexuality. So the anybody being gentle or wanting to even touch us unless they wanted sex. So, you know what I mean? There's some people who've never experienced what it's like to just have a massage and be allowed to fall asleep, and just have their body get taken care of, soothed, and then that's it. There was no owing, and there's being allowed to just drift off into sleep because there's nothing owed or implied or told, right? What do you mean? There's nothing next, so that's the ripple effect too, of like then anchoring in like timelines of being with somebody for years, but there's no touch, because if the masculine can't have sex, then he won't massage for 2 minutes, right? Massaging, touching down, stuff like that. For myself, I remember the last time to a masculine, and I held the brush and I said, do you want to brush my hair? And being told no, when it was like, okay, never ask again. And, except for Lily Rose and one person, nobody's touched my hair in fucking 8 years, except for random whatever, but not 8 years, 4, but because there's just no point. The exchange of energy of having to ask, and then that anything's supposed to come back, has taken away that there's no point. Yeah. I think that's where we need to be, is that people have to have the balls to ask for what they want and what they can do and be and not be, right? Upfront and honest. That skill or whatever has been lost. Yeah. I don't think it's been lost. It has been disremembered and butcher programmed out of the masculine and the feminine, right? It's not about assuming responsibility. It's about really realizing that as a masculine are not allowed to want to protect and provide and nurture. And same with feminine. They've been pitted against each other. Like, look at what's available as communication between the masculine and the feminine, and what's the examples, right? Of movies, anything, books. Like the fucking best-selling books having intimacy in the last generation of a certain amount of years for women is 50 fucking Shades of Grey. A trinity of books about fucking, right? But that's the thing. If people would have read the 3 fucking books and interpreted them a different way, she was a really good author. The books don't have that much sex compared to what other things could. And it really was about a masculine who was fucking so abused that he didn't know how to have fucking regular sex. Right? And let's not even go into any of the other stuff, just in general. The baseline of the story of a trinity of books is that he was so, is abuse, sexual abuse. The truth that, like, our society actually made the books are awesome, but empowered to have those movies. But instead of focusing on the fact, those books could have been turned into movies that empowered masculine and feminine all over the world. First, of their sexuality and what consent actually is. All 3 books were monogamous, so what monogamy actually is, and what trauma and sexual abuse and certain things. So what society chose to focus on and what the most important things of the books isn't even the reality of how the books were written. And I know because in the timelines that I was hearing so much about them, it's like I went and got them. I wanted to read them. I got them from the library and I read them one after the other. And the author was really well written. All 3 books for a trinity, there's not one of those books where she's saying all the same shit over and over again for pages. She actually writes in 3 styles so special that it's so easy to read. And only someone who fucking doesn't know their own self focuses on the fact that there was so much fucking sexuality, because there really wasn't. And what those books brought up and can bring up is really what is, all those things. But I just say 50 Shades of Grey, and people assume they know what the books were about. They think it was all about whatever, but it's like, fuck, there was so many other layers that could have been focused upon in so many ways to empower. Again, so fucking fake, right? But of certain things as well. But of course, like, you know what I'm saying though, where exactly, Michelle. Every relationship is different and every man is different and every woman. And it really is about, if this isn't anything you've ever said to a woman or ever said to a man, everything's ever been said to you, you throw all that out, you're brand new, and what will you do? And what will you exchange as energy when given the opportunity and you feel a frequency that could be of that? And then is of that. It's about, it doesn't matter. There's no way to get into anybody's anything of frequency. You either are or you're not. So once that thing is there, when you have 0 of the other stuff in between, the rest just flows. Frequency doesn't lie. So one person could be like, oh my gosh, I'm creaming my pants. Like, I want this person so bad. But the other person, it's like, but you don't get it. You don't just get to cream your pants about every feminine that passes by now. You should maybe look into semen retention and why your body is affected and creaming your pants and thinking all these things about me. Go align your body to understand your own body, because just not everybody, right? It's so multi-layered of like, you don't just get to think and speak the same way. We're rewriting scripts, and that's where everybody gets their individual choices. So we're still rewriting and going on the same things. So within, seen it for the last 2 years, empowered masculine and feminine who said, this is my twin flame. This is my divine partner. Oh yeah, baby. We are twin flames. Okay, twin flames, what did you do? Did you co-create anything? Did you make anything happen? Have you shown the way? Did you inspire me with your love story so much that it's given me wings to like believe in love? And no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. You was full of shit. You was playing the 3D game and you just like fucking, it's all the same. But then I have other people check in my I think it's called His and Hers Merge playlist, where there's a couple of channels, and whether they're speaking about how they are together in divine union and what their choices are in the moment, or whether there are couples who were in a union who was a sacred kind of relationship enough that they are separating in ways that is not catastrophic, and helping other people realize, you know, you don't have to break up and then fucking like everybody's swung in different directions and confused. You can actually break up together. If you were best as friends, feeling like you were going to be there for each other forever and a day, guess what? You find the ways to detach of feeling what you feel as you detach, so you don't bring a bunch of cords into other people, and you progress into what's the best. So you can know you're not at the same frequency and you're going to have to live separately, but nobody has to be kicked out and go live and figure out ways. You empower each other, right? So there are many people rewriting the scripts, and there are some people who have chosen to show up and share. And what I find is a lot of people have been wise, right? So there's a lot of divine unions, really strong partnerships that are in fruition and beginning and have begun, but they're not checking in very often, and they're not using that part of the journey to be shown right now. Why? They're rewriting a script for themselves. So they're doing it. They're just doing it. But within the just doing it, that we're not, you know, it's not here to be a part of everybody. We're seeing the full circle, or the result of the collaborations that have come online, or the different things that have come online because of union here. So, no, you don't have to tell everybody everything that's going on, but showing a vid of a house and then renovations and na. So, for example, House of Beloved, I follow her on Instagram. She's within our channel sometimes. She went from being in a certain timeline, living a certain way, finding a partner. They found a home, and na. So the fruition of it is coming full circle. And glory be to those that can be in the timeline to share how things are going, but to the others who are just doing it, just embodying it, just making it happen. Oh my gosh, Anita, I'm sorry that happened. Oh, I love you for writing. That's hard to have witness for, sweetie. My ex touched me inappropriately while I was asleep in front of my son. My son told me and I was horrified. And then he denied it and told me my son was dreaming. Yeah. I'm sorry, sweetie. Yeah, I get it, believe me. Yep. People ask why it's so hard to be, it's not hard to be solid in self and to not want to be with others if other people are not solid in themselves, right? I think of sometimes like all that I've avoided by not putting myself into situations with Lily Rose. I remember seeing myself in, I'm not going to say which timeline, but within the last year, and me telling somebody, like, you don't understand. It's not about me telling you anymore we can't have a connection. This is me now telling you, begging you for mercy as a mother bear to fucking stop sending me shit, because you are putting me into a state of panic, because every 3, 5, 7, 8 days I think we're done and you're not going to shoot shit at me and everything's okay in my reality. But then all of a sudden, like, my heart starts to race because of the fucking shit that comes up on my phone. And having to disengage from, like, never having seen anybody, touch anybody, but just not ready to stop sending things. And that's the thing. Contact is contact, and it's beautiful if it's heartfelt at 144, but sending the same type of things, not changing the script, and it becoming more and more hurtful on so many levels. And that's the thing, and it's where, you know, if you loved me, you would care. No, if I love you, I will fucking make sure that me is safe, and so is my child, and my daughter, my children. I shouldn't feel like shit after talking to somebody at all. And I shouldn't react. And if I am reacting, it is my own gosh darn problem. But my own gosh darn problem is to make my boundary. And my boundary is, enough. Stop. Yeah, it is terrible. And I can't believe you tried to tell my son was lying and it was a dream. Yep. So, yes, it is over now, but I thank you for sharing that, Anita. Some people think to what point that you need to have had severe trauma, and so, if you didn't have like child abuse and something like that, but it's like you don't understand. That was that was like 4 years of my life, or 5 years of my life, or 10 years of my life. Even if I was solid and knew myself, once you're in the thing and people are acting how they're acting and things are happening, and you got the blended family and you got this stuff, and you can only do right. So a lot of where I come from when I speak is the knowing of what it's like to have to exit realities and exit them in ways that, it's really hard. So, it is. When you've lived in your own home, or you've lived for so many years and you don't even know what it's like to be allowed or be able to do things freely, once you've learned what that freedom is, nobody can take that freedom away from me. Will never put myself into timelines again where my physical body can't feel like pure and safe at all times, to not have that feeling, or to be told again like it's midnight, you have to go to bed, you can't bake cookies at midnight, you can't be up at 2 with the music on stretching, you need to be quiet. It's like nothing except for someone who would accept all of that would ever be worth changing for, or can't be changed again. It's, that's sometimes, Michelle, that is the best thing, to just not even mourn. I survived that and learned from it, and that's that. Upward and onwardy. Yeah. I'm glad you chose to share that, Anita, because I know it's hard, but these are the stuff of the little things that make it that, why we are so able to want to rewrite scripts is because what we've seen our children go through, right? What we know that they've seen as well, that we never expected to bring into their reality. So, that being said, it's a little bit like I said earlier about the really understanding why Lily Rose had to have the bullying in her timeline in order for her to be able to make the bestest choices for herself. That couldn't have been avoided. She needed to understand that on a certain level so that she doesn't just throw herself into wanting to be somewhere, not realize what it feels like to be bullied, and to choose to not be there or walk away. Thank you, 1111 Awake and Aware. I completely resonate with that. If you love someone, it doesn't matter. If they're enjoying, you let them enjoy it. You don't have to enjoy it. That's not the point. Exactly. And for myself, I've wired myself that it doesn't matter if I don't like anything, as long as someone else is really, that's exactly what they want. It makes me like it, or makes me want to hear about it, or makes me want to, whatever. It's good, Yeah. And that thing of, it's like, let's say you meet somebody and they say, like, I don't know, I don't like cherries. Well, I like cherries. Well, good. As soon as there's cherries in the house, that I know I'm gonna like have my cherries, and then that person's not gonna eat the cherries. But you don't have to teach somebody or ask somebody or put cherries and stuff to make them fucking want to like cherries, right? It's like people get into relationships. They eat 3 different types of fucking food. They never, all of those things are important. Of what, everything. I don't think I could ever structure anything in a way that's so linear, that has zero flow of anything. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what time other people want to eat. I can prepare stuff for a certain time, but it doesn't mean I'll sit down and eat if I'm not hungry. I do that with Lily Rose all the time. I haven't restructured. There's 2 of us. I don't eat the same thing at the same time all the time. Like, so, there's 3 of us in the house, 2 people would be eating and I'd be fucking sitting around doing something else, because it's the only time that I would want to be doing something else. All of that. Yeah, Anita. My son has been bullied and has never been the same since. And that's a good thing. And because no matter what, the independence, and when we can learn at some point to, like, you never regret the time you spent alone on some level, because it's taught you so much. And that doesn't matter what age. The program of how many people and what's needed in a child's life is what we need to rewrite. Because if we brought children up in structurally sound homes where they're loved, and didn't expose them to all the fucking activities and all the different random people because it's for the best for them, then that's when we'll be able to prove credibly. But I know that the difference between that thriving and having nothing, we know right now, right, where there's it's not healthy on a certain level either, to have 0 choices of timelines of people. Because that's what I'm finding as well, is having that one dangling person once in a while that can maybe pay attention to you is actually maybe not beneficial in the long run, because it brings an expectation. Better to have nothing at all than one little thing. I don't know. Yeah, vicarious experience is beautiful to me. I've lived about 3/4 of my stuff vicariously, meaning what? By witnessing certain things since I have been very young, I've chosen not to live them. Right? So I saw the timelines of what it's like to be a feminine who just will say yes and yes and yes to certain things just because they're offered it. And so I always chose the different path and said no. Right? I don't care if I was 16 and I said no, and somebody said, I'm going to tell everybody you didn't sleep with me. Okay. I'm going to tell everybody you did sleep with me. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to like you. I don't already like you now. Like, okay. And that's the thing, is for myself, I remember being at a certain age in high school and guys and girls telling me, like, we were somewhere and people were saying the stuff that people think or say about me, and I was like, what? You know what I mean? Like, I had been, like, not a virgin since a certain age. I had sucked more penises than, like, I didn't even see any of those penises, but supposedly I sucked them all. And just, like, the stories of this stuff, right? That this carries me even now, what people, like, me not know here, but in general, it's how people are. But I remember being in my 20s, and we were somewhere, and I says to somebody, I was like, I'm the one driving, get in the car. You want to ride? Get in the car. And he's like, okay. And so he gets in and he checks under the seat and he's like, holy fuck, it's really true. And I was like, what do you mean it's really true? He's like, you really do have a bottle of Jack under the fucking, under the seat. And I was like, well, yeah, it just kind of happens to be there from whenever. I kind of forgot. He's like, so if you really do have a bottle of Jack, you're going to give me a blowjob? And I was like, what? You're like, what? He's like, well, I never thought. Somebody said, like, not everybody, but somebody said you had a bottle of Jack and you fucking gave a blowjob. And I was like, what? Meanwhile, I know who somebody is, only one fucking person, right? But he's like, yeah, when you said, do you want, because I just help people. I drove them, right? Small community. He's like, and a friend of a friend. Anyway, he's like, when I got in the seat and I grabbed and the bottle was there, all I could think of was like, this is my chance. I'm getting a blowjob. And I was like, holy fuck. But we were able to laugh about it. And it was that thing of like, do you guys really believe when people tell you stories like that? And he was like, that's the thing. We don't really know. And we don't really ask the girls. And I was like, you should ask. You should ask. If somebody's saying that somebody's giving blowjobs in the front seat and you think that that's real, why not ask? Because you saw what it just did to me. Like, that was not... that it was hilarious. But that's the thing. All people have all choices of say what happens or what didn't happen in certain things. Yeah. Same, Michelle. All in or nothing. Same. I either know I want to be with you or I don't. And I didn't until a certain age, like, be with anybody because it's just too easy. Why be with everybody who would want? It's stupid. Right? I was thinking, I'm having major flashes of things I never thought of. And I was thinking about how I bend and alter timelines by being that person who just says no. Right? I don't believe in peer pressure for myself because I've never allowed myself to. I told somebody once, I said, if ever I said yes, it's because I meant it. If ever I said, that's it. I know, you don't, like, just do it. And don't do it, or just do it. Yeah. But the part of playing games and dating and certain things just is not a part of my timelines either. Right? Not at all. And my wildest, even most craziest days, like, it's like, I had a guy, I knew he was like fucking like, whoa. And somehow, it was like, that's it. Whoa for a while or no whoa at all. But I don't know if that makes sense, but that's it. The game playing and the mystery. There is no fucking mystery, right? Oh, the mythologies people create about others. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to leave exit with the Trust the Great Mystery, I think it is. Whale Spirit. My battery's at 4%. I've been on for 4:34. Anybody have anything they want to put up really quick before we go? All right, go. You guys don't have to go. You can stay. You guys don't have to go. You guys don't have to go. You can stay. I should leave the room open just for chatters, eh? It's Friday night. Friday night. That changes nothing in my life. Uh-oh. In the best way. Don't you mean a bottle of Jack? I don't know. I don't drink Jack. And I certainly don't give blowjobs, so... yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. Love you guys. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I know that's a hard thing to write out, Anita. If ever you're uncomfortable with it, let me know. I'll fucking delete the live stream in a heartbeat. Right? Just let me know. Instagram me and say delete that. No, I got it down. I don't care. I have no attachment. Like, I know that things are out there for the greater good, but I have zero attachment to saying that came out once and I don't want it out more. But I think that was really important. I think that's one of the it's one of the most important comments I've seen in a long time. That is a ripple effect for others of the things that we don't necessarily understand why, but I know that it's important, Anita. Right? I think it's important on a level for just masculine to understand as well. You know, like nobody of us is like man hating, like rah, 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 but we're not here about a certain sexuality, and the understanding of what it feels like helps masculine understand that what they want and what they need, right? Masculine want to be with women that they can touch and empower, and what feels the best of empowering, and what feels the best is that it, you know, to put the limit that touch has nothing to do with sexuality until it does, right? And there's a beauty of rewriting those scripts. Thanks, brightest dawn. Stay trippy. Thanks, Michael Joshua Lewis. Have a beautiful night, all morning. I forget what time it is in Australia. My battery's at 2. I'm